to approve that, so we'll do okay, we'll do it at the main meeting, okay?
Okay,
You're good to go.
come with me? All right. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Take care, man. Doc.
I'll do it today. I'm muted.
Test,
Is that better?
test. Yeah.
Okay.
Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Perfect.
All right, round two.
Yeah.
We'll start the meeting of SBAR for February 16th. And we'll begin with any public comment that is not related to any items agendized for today's hearing. Speaker slips for specific items. Okay. We'll close public comment. We'll move on to the agenda status report. Is there anything to report?
I have received no request to continue any items today, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to reviewing the minutes of February 2nd. And keep scrolling. You didn't really have it.
Number two.
Yeah.
Two? Can somebody clarify what is an opportunity to have a clever interaction? And I don't
Mhm.
see, what is that? What does it mean? So for the record, so we have to,
Steady connection between existing avocado orchard and new naturalistic landscaping.
so there's an opportunity to just
I
give,
don't know if it should be phrased as an opportunity,
Oh.
just that they need to study the interface between, yeah, maybe study the interface.
okay,
And that was the intent of what we were saying.
study the interface between the avocado orchard and the new naturalistic landscaping. Is that correct? Okay, got it.
And then on letter E, study west and northwest side of driveway, provide additional screening of house from neighbors, not suggest.
Yeah, and also, item D, I'd omit the word clever.
No, we already got it. We got that.
We changed
We
that.
already did
Oh, you
that.
did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should wake me up when you do those things.
So an F should it be integrate tree plantings on screen walls?
Yeah, don't study ways
Yeah.
to
I
integrate.
think sometimes we talk in a certain way, but we need the stenographer to
Yeah, we
translate.
need to be edited.
Yeah.
We're too
It needs to
conversational
be
up here.
edited from our.
So integrate tree plantings. Okay,
Move invasive plant materials from plant to plant.
okay. We're good with that?
Next.
Well, as part of F, I mean, the word study and board suggests planting trees. I'd say plant trees at strategic locations to screen development from public view angles while preserving views. Don't suggest, just,
So second, yeah, the third sentence, plant trees at strategic locations, etc. Okay,
yeah.
Go to the next item.
So Joe, are you there? Did you get all that?
Yes, I'm here and I got all of that.
You can keep going. Robert, do you recall that who made the comment study ways to introduce additional landscaping planters to parking lot? It doesn't, because there was a lot of planting in the parking. I don't want to strike it if Chris, but I don't remember that.
Chris made a comment asking about the location of the trees.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh,
I don't know.
was that what it was?
Yeah,
Some trees.
I think D is too vague because I don't think the parking lot was lacking in.
Yeah, I think he,
Planters.
he talked about moving the trees towards the, closer to the drive when the,
Yeah, but then they said they had to have the access.
for the fire department, right, wasn't it? Wasn't that something like that, or was?
Oh, was there an area on the other side of the parking lot where they were narrowing the parking where maybe he was commenting that?
Okay, we
Actually,
can leave it and then see how they respond then if we think Chris made that comment. Okay. All right. I don't know. It is weird because it's looking at the bottom of my chin. Should I turn it off? Okay. Yeah. Okay, next.
Again, on letter A of item 5, paint the facility an avocado leaf green color. Don't suggest.
And I think the comment C would be to accurately demonstrate the canopy size. Not the trunk size,
Hmm,
because that's what's providing the screening.
Okay. The next one wasn't heard, I think, but it's here today. Yeah, I think it was continued, wasn't it? Oh, no, never mind. Oh, no, we did see it, sorry.
It seems about what it was.
Okay. No, I'm just remembering a different building.
okay.
I think C, just, I don't know, grammatical thing. I think B should be outdoor space in middle of house is appropriate. I think we should have clever, I mean, those words, you know.
Is that clever?
It's the word of the day.
We're suggesting clever.
It's appropriate, right?
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
all right, so can I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Right. We will move on to SBAR members' informational briefings. Does anybody have anything? Okay. And staff update.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. I don't have any updates for everyone this morning.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we went out to a site visit for item S1, and we can move on to the consent agenda.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so, oh, there we go. Where's the consent agenda? I don't
Are you- Oh, it's all stapled together. Right?
This is where we are, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, we review this item, I make a motion to approve what is it? What's the address? 4035 Ranitas Road in the Hope Ranch area.
Do you have a
Is there
second?
a second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. We'll move on to our regular agenda. Item 1, the Hillside House at Laurel Springs. And our description. All right, so the first item is at the request of Vince Mocha and Clay RL for agent for the Laurel Springs Retreat LLC. They're here for further conceptual review of approximately 3,500 gross square feet of as-built addition to the Hillside House. It also includes new additions, remodels, new structures as part of the proposed retreat center. The existing permitted facilities on the project site include 9 structures totaling 23,018 gross square feet. And the proposed project would increase the total on-site development to 16 structures totaling 36,360 square feet. And the project includes permitting of 3,600 square foot organic garden, 800 square foot pool, solar panels, bless you, and 5,500 square foot tennis court. The property currently includes 2 water tanks, a pump house, existing water wells. Less than 50 cubic yards of grading is proposed. Property is served by a private well, private septic system, and Santa Barbara County Fire. It's a 40-acre parcel and a 78.2-acre parcel located at 2720 Painted Cave Road. And you can state your name, and would you like to go through the comments yourself, or would you like me to read them? Yes. That's good. All right, so our previous comments were to provide a site plan showing what is legally permitted and what are as-built requests and newly proposed additions. The board appreciates the comprehensive approach to this property. Study the ways to break long unbroken roof ridge with the stepped gables. The board encourages simplification of the structure and appreciates the progress made so far. Project to return to present proposed changes to all structures on site. Site visit required. And I'll just add that most of those comments were related to the Hillside House because that's what we reviewed last. So yes. They don't work very well on the screen, but you can walk up to the screen and point.
Can you enlarge the picture, the photograph? Is that, yeah, yeah. You can enlarge the photograph if you want. Yeah, is that good? Yeah. Hey, Jonathan? Yeah, there you go. A little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Mm.
Is the Hillside House, which we looked at the last hearing. And then we're going to go through the other structures. So if we go, I don't know the page numbers by heart, so apologize. If you go to the next page, we're going to go through B, C, D, E, and all the way through all of the projects. Keep going. Page, keep going. That's the Hill House we reviewed last time. We're going to go through that. Next page, next page. Next page. Next page. This drawing, no, we're gonna keep going, actually. I don't want to get into the Hill House today. Next page. Next page. Keep going. Next. 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 There we go. This is the gym structure, which is, I don't know, we walked by it, but we didn't really talk much about it today. The existing structure is in the lighter gray. And you can see the addition that we're doing towards the south side and the east side of the property. And there's a little rendering of it in the top corner. We'll go to the next slide, please. Existing floor plan is on the bottom right. And the proposed floor plan is immediately to the left of it. And then roof and existing and proposed are above it. We're planning to expand the gym structure, make it larger and more functional. It's always been a gym structure on site for a long time, and used as a exercise facility. We're changing the roof line to add solar to the project. We can go to the next slide, should be the elevations. So we have existing on the right and proposed on the left. Drawing 1 and drawing 5. So at the bottom, drawing 1 is the existing elevation of the gym structure that's been there for, I don't know how long, actually it's been there a long time. And then image 5 is the proposed elevations. And again, we're elevating the roofs or pitching the roofs so we can get solar facing south on the project. And obviously we're adding more glass and opening it up so it has a little bit more relation to the site and openness to the site with a large deck that surrounds it for outdoor activities as well. And the east elevation is 2 and 6, and then south elevation is on 3 and 7. And if we pan up a little bit, we can see the west. That's the gym structure. Remember how much we're adding to that, maybe 500 to 600 square feet. Okay. We're gonna keep going through these because we have a lot. So we'll go to the next slide, please.
I'll just chime in that we have the memo, the planner memo, so we can reference the square footages.
Okay, great. That'll help. Oh. Am I on or off? Okay. There's some photos above of the existing structure, and then there's building sections. We'll go to the next slide. This is the Laurel House. We walked by that today. It's kind of tucked in the trees. This is one of the first structures on the property. And it has a little cottage next to it, but the Laurel House, part of this process, by the way, is documenting all the buildings on site for the county in the CUP process. So we're not doing a lot of changes to some of these buildings, but we've had to document them all. We'll go to the next slide, please. I'm seeing this here. Red light means I'm on. Okay, we go to the floor plan and zoom out. So the changes in this building really aren't very much to the exterior. There's some changes in this bedroom here, some changes, floor plan changes here, and some floor plan changes there. It's not really additional square footage. It's just cleaning the floor plan up and has some impact on doors and windows. We'll go to the next slide. There's a roof plan, existing and proposed, actually. Next slide, please. Here are the elevations. So the main changes are kind of in this, little changes to the window here, on the backside. So there's not a lot of, we're not doing a lot of exterior renovations on this particular building. It's mostly floor plan work. Here's the existing structure you can see here up top. Next slide, please. This is the Laurel Guest Cottage, which is right next to the Laurel House on the left, Guest Cottage on the right. Next slide. Again, same thing with this structure, minor interior changes to this, to the building, no exterior alterations other than maybe a door or window location. Like that door goes away, becomes a window. Again, very minor changes to the structure. Next slide. Elevations. Again, existing, not a lot to show. I think this is the new window where the door was. It's a minor scope. Next slide. Apple House, just to orient you, this one is kind of looking down the valley or down the 154. This is the Laurel Cottage. So we were kind of walking around this way today. Apple House has a modest addition to it. Next slide, please. Go in here first, second. So not a lot of changes on the first floor. Just a new door inserted. Second floor, we're expanding this part of the structure where the closet is, getting a bathroom in there and changing the floor plan a little bit, and adding a deck on the second floor. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Here's the existing elevation, south elevation. Here's the proposed. This is where the new bathroom's going. And this is looking kind of down towards 154. We've put some new doors and windows in and kind of opened up for the views to the upstairs bedrooms and added the deck above. Next slide, please. Just a couple more changes here where we're changing windows out for doors and adding it, expanding the deck a little further out. Next slide. Full house structure. We're not making any changes to this structure. We just have to document it for the project. So next slide, please. We'll keep moving through these. Next. The lodge structure. This building we're doing some additions to. Here's the existing pool, lodge building. Here's the roadway that we were walking on today. We're adding an addition here and here and here. And then we're remodeling or redoing the floor plan. So next slide, please. These are the existing lower floor and proposed lower floor. So we're taking some of this existing crawl space and adding rooms and adding another room in there and making some plan changes. Next slide. Upper floor is getting reorganized. So there's a bunch of rooms here that we're taking out and creating an open area for people to congregate. And we're adding new restrooms on the top and a new room, ADA room on the upper left side of the floor plan. This existing kitchen is there. We're keeping that and we're expanding the decks out further this way. Next slide. Roof plan changes where we're adding certain areas to the project. Next slide. So we have existing and proposed. So this is the north elevation, which is this side of the building. We're making some changes here and few window changes kind of in this area here. This is actually the, where am I? East side. This is the restroom addition, I think, right? right orientation here? North, okay. And some roof changes. So these are all clouded areas where we're making changes. Next slide. South, this is the facing the pool, where we're extending, or adding rooms below, changing this from rooms to open area, adding a new deck, and then reorganizing the windows below, with the new rooms, and a new exterior stair coming down here. And then at the west, just some roof changes and doors and window changes there as well. Next slide. Here's some sections through the building. Go to the next one. Rose Cottage, we pointed this out on our walk, but this is a small little single family structure that's been there a while. Next slide. All we're really doing here is a few changes on the interior. No exterior changes. It just stays to remain. Next slide. This is a new structure that we're adding on the site near the tennis courts. It's a storage facility for the property. Next slide. Again, just trying to keep it very agrarian and simple. Probably a metal building structure with a metal roof that'll just be for storing equipment and goods and services, or goods for the ranch. Floor plan here, attic storage above, and then we have the elevations, couple roll-up doors, little man door, and it's a very simple, kind of almost like a farm building, if you will. Next slide. This is the existing maintenance shed. Here's the main gate where we came in today, parked here. That building is just being documented. Next slide. We're not making any changes to this building, so we can keep going through this one. Next slide. Multi-purpose structure or building. This is a little structure over on the side of the lodge. Again, we're just documenting this. We're not making any changes to this structure. Next slide. Next slide. Art studio, which is this little structure near the Rose Cottage. Again, we're not making any changes to this. We're just documenting it for the county. Next slide. Next. Cliff House is this structure on the left. Go to the next slide. We're making a couple minor floor plan changes down in the lower floor. Other than that, the building remains the same, and no real exterior impacts. Next slide. Here's the elevations. Here's the lower floor where we're converting the laundry to a restroom or a bathroom. Next slide. Yoga studio. Again, this is just being documented. We're not making any changes to this, so we can keep going. Next slide. Next. This is the existing barn that sits in that pasture. Existing structure here, we're proposing to add a couple bays for additional space in the barn. Next slide. So here's the addition in the plan, basically just repeating it, keeping the same architecture and look and feel. Next slide. Here's the elevations. Here's the addition here and there. There's the picture of the barn that we saw today. Next slide. Here's the small greenhouse structure that was over by the gardens. We're adding a little addition to that to enlarge it for more seeding and plantings. Next slide. Here's the small addition here. You can see it in plan and in roof plan. Next slide. Okay, there's some elevations, partial elevations. I don't know what happened there. Going. There it goes. Oh. Just missing the site images, but other than that, everything else is here. So we're just following the basic structure of the existing greenhouse and adding on to it. Next slide. Oak House, this is another structure that we're documenting for the county, so we're not making any changes. Next slide. Again, just existing conditions. Next slide. That's it. Oh, that was faster than I thought it was going to be. Maybe not for the rest of you. I don't think it's relevant. We're not doing anything to that structure really, or I don't think it's going to show us anything new. So we've gone through all the buildings. Again, our purpose here is to clean up and I don't want to say rehabilitate because they're not historic, but you know, kind of upgrade the existing structures, make some minor changes, and get this thing processed through the county, and again try to respect what's there and make things better. So that's my presentation.
Thank you. And before we move to questions from the board, there's a pretty extensive staff memo, so I think we should put it up so it clarifies the breakdown pretty well. You want to pull that up? I won't read we usually read the memo, but it would take me an hour. So I think we'll summarize with it shown on the screen so everyone can. It just helps clarify. There's existing permitted, there's 23,000 existing, 23,018 square feet of space that's existing and permitting with the additions outlined. In the table for the gym, the very small addition on the Apple House, the renovations to the lodge. Yeah, I was just gonna scroll through so we can go through the permitted structures and the modifications proposed for those. We'll just scroll through quickly. And then the existing 5 structures that the applicant's looking to permit through this process that currently don't hold permits, and then the few new structures at the bottom, right? 3 new structures at the bottom.
Yeah, that's a little,
Is that incorrect?
there's a few things that have already been removed,
Oh, okay.
like the root cellar has been removed. No longer on our plans. I think there's the pool has actually been removed.
That was my question about the pool because I hadn't seen it on the plans.
Yeah, that needs to get updated, I can see.
Okay. All right. So with those modifications, just there, and then we can come back to questions.
What's the recommendation of the planner for, what's our role here? Because mainly there's a lot of land use issues, I'm sure. What exactly do we need to do?
So the purview of our board is an aesthetics board. So we're reviewing the elevations and the mass bulk and scale of the structures on the property. We're not necessarily looking at the operations of the property or anything from a land use, Any questions? I wanted to go through the memo first in case they answered any questions from the board, but do you have any other questions?
Yeah. I wonder if you could go through the landscaping again. What additions are you proposing in landscaping that would enhance the project? Or are you proposing any?
Great question. Thank you. At the moment, we're not proposing any new landscaping other than what's there today. Our additions are minor enough, and they're going to impact or probably remove some of the existing vegetation in certain areas. But overall, we want to try to just keep the property intact and not add a bunch of new landscaping. So that's where we're at today.
Any other questions?
I guess to on the landscaping question, was there any requirements to evaluate the property based on like fire concerns or anything like that during this process?
We are working with the fire department on a host of things. They've been up there a few times. They haven't required us at the moment to do any clearing or any of vegetative maintenance like that at the moment, but I'm anticipating we might.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to public comment. And we have 2 speaker slips. And each public comment will have 3 minutes. And we'll begin with Mark Chatillo. And our timer's missing today, so I'll use my phone. 1 second.
There's a clock up here. I can keep an eye on that.
Perfect.
It's 12:51.
All right, please state your name and.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Chatillo, and I'm here on behalf of Michelle Peterson, who's a resident in Painted Cave. We're interested and concerned about this project. Unfortunately, we don't have much substantive to say, but I'd like to talk about the process because we have not had much information about the project description. The planner memo was not shared with the public. We requested a set of the plans and we got a summary set of the plans, but none of the project specifics and none of the elevations. So I can't really speak to the design or aesthetic elements. But in terms of the process that you're going forward, you do have discretion. The applicant talked about documentation of existing buildings. Well, these are unpermitted, and I think this is part of what needs to be articulated in the project description. What are unpermitted structures for which permitting is sought now? And for those structures, I believe you have discretion to be able to give comment on the architectural style and the aesthetic and the view impacts and things like that. This is permitting for the first time for many of the structures. And I'm not clear on what is new and what's not, but I think that's a critical part of the scope of your discretion. It is in a high fire hazard area, so we should be looking at materials boards with Class A. Everything's got to be Class A. This is not in a high fire hazard area. It's in an extremely high fire area, high hazard, and it's part of the state responsibility area. So there's a lot of fire components that are going to this. On landscaping, I think it's important that there be an emphasis on native plants. The Santa Barbara Botanic Garden has policy or programs where they work with landowners to try and encourage the transition from invasive plants that are often more flammable to native plants that can be more appropriate. It's important that there be no piecemealing. We're seeing the hillside house that's already been discussed. There's these unpermitted elements that are being documented that I think you do have discretion over. There's proposals for permitting of existing structures and the proposals for permitting of new structures or revisions to existing structures. That all needs to kind of be teased out and all brought as part of the comprehensive project description so that you can look at the whole of the project. This is a very important property, and it's one that is providing an important function for the community, but we got to get it right. There are historic elements, so I think that needs to be part of it because while that may not be your purview, but you would be able to suggest that the Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee does review this, but their input may impact the ability of certain structures to be modified and so forth. So I think you do need to work with them. And once that process has been completed, you need a stable project description that then we, the public, and the land use planning process can look at. So I would request that you require, and I'll wrap up with additional visual aids. Obviously, if we can't see the plan sets, it's difficult to really have any substantive input on the significance of the changes and the permitting of existing structures. I think this may be an appropriate project for models, both for the individual structures as well as the site itself, because it's big, it's sprawling. It was very helpful to be out there, and I appreciate the opportunity for the public to join you in your site visit this morning. So we look forward to being involved in the future, but do have requests that we have more information available in advance of hearings. Thank you.
All right, and our next public speaker is Michelle Peterson.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm an interested neighbor. And the project obviously affects Painted Cave. And there's been a paucity of publicly available information for the project. And that has kept public engagement from taking place. So I want to request that the process be transparent as possible, and that it include community outreach. I know that some people were told about the hearing and some people weren't. It depends on where people live. And that once the project,
Sorry, one moment.
can't let it touch the ground.
Okay, you can continue. I apologize.
Right. And then once the project information is available, that it be made available to us. And I want to ask that you ensure that the design view impacts changes are consistent and compatible with Painted Cave as it is. And that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question because it came up as a question on the site visit for the planner, either Chris or Joe. Can you clarify what plans are available for public viewing prior to the presentation, and what information is the staff memo normally available or not?
I can go ahead and start. So my name is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project. And we have a set of plans that's available to be shared with the public that I know some people asked for earlier in the week, and I shared with them. That plan set doesn't include all of the architectural details and that kind of information, just because there's some potential issues with sharing that publicly, just because of the architect's work that they do on it. But if anyone wants the electronic version of the publicly available plans, I'm happy to share that with them. It includes detailed site plans of each of the structures and of the whole site itself, and shows where the proposed additions are located.
Thank you. And is your memo available too, or is that proprietary until?
Yeah, the memo is
Publicly available,
public
right?
information as well.
That's what I thought. Okay. So that can be requested by anyone interested. Okay. Is there any other?
I have a question. What is this historical structure allegation, I guess? I mean, do we have that, does the county has done any study about this?
Oh, sorry. Is that a question to the
Wait,
planner? So Chris, I think,
To the planner, I think, is, yeah, to the county. Has the county done any review of these historical structures? Is there such a
For
thing?
the record, there are no historic structures on site deemed historic. It was evaluated, the last historic report was in 2008, I think, or 2009. And the property was reviewed at that time and deemed to be not historic in nature.
And there is a document on
There
file.
is, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Chris Schmuckel. I can confirm that. We have a document in our file that says that the structures were not historic.
thank you. And we'll move on to comments from the board. We'll start with Val. It might be good if we go back to the site plan, right? Or at least get the plans back
Yeah.
on the screen.
Yeah.
Has all the call outs for the structures. One before it is maybe clearer. It lists all the permit, like which ones are permitted and which aren't, but.
Yeah, this one shows the existing as built and proposed, which are the three steps that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like the most important thing with this property is taking a comprehensive view of all the structures on it. And I believe that's being done at present. And this property's got a long history and it's had other people try to address all the many issues and not successfully in the past. And I feel that this is successful. So I'm supportive of the amount of work that's going into delineating all of the structures, their former relationships, and the changes that are being made to them. Certainly in a high fire zone, always any opportunity to update to current standards is really important. In general, I feel that that is being addressed, and we didn't talk about the Hill House today, but it's a great example of attempting to tie together a long and checkered history and simplify it and improve it without tearing the building down, which is not, that's not an option in this situation. So I support the path that they're on.
John?
Well, I agree. I think this attempt to unify it and bring the whole complex up to date is important and a good idea, and I think it'll be a benefit and an asset to the county in general. That'd be my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I think there are a couple of things that are kind of larger. And I mean, the permitted structures are 23,000 square feet, and the existing as built and proposed are 36, meaning an extra over 50%. There is a land use component, and that is really beyond our group. That's why it was my first question. I mean, obviously the land is proposed to be the land use is intensified and so forth, and we will make comments on the aesthetics, which seems to be going very well. I think I have positive comments on everything I've seen. So these other issues, the land use intensification, and number two, the fire hazard, the fire conditions that will change a lot of the looks here of the structures and the landscape. So those are things that we need to see more of that, because the final product is nowhere near what we've seen today. It's going to change drastically. And I support the process. It's been going along, chugging along for what, 5 years already, or 6, and yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the end of the process is, but we're going to see more of this. Obviously the architecture is going to evolve because of the fire requirements and obviously the landscape too. I'm looking forward to it, but in general, I support the project.
Robert?
Yeah, I support the project as well in terms of the documentation of the existing structures and the improvements that you're making to them. It seems appropriate and necessary to the site. In terms of how this property fits into the neighborhood, obviously this is a high fire area, and so I think that it would be good for some documentation of evaluating potential fire threats on the property, and it sounds like that's part of the process that the applicants are going through. So that would be good to see, what are the aesthetic impacts of that to the property. And then in terms of the landscape, I look at property, like what are the visible points of it? It's the public road that goes through the middle of it. So I think it would be good to review, are there any improvements along that road in terms of the visibility in and out of the property? And then also the slopes that are adjacent to the Hill House. I don't know if that slope is going to have to be modified at all to meet the fire requirements, but I think there should if there is a plan to modify that because of fire requirements, I think it would be good to see it as part of this process. So I think there's just some further steps that will probably be coming forth in the process here, but an interesting property, and even though you're saying that it doesn't meet historic landmark requirements, I mean, it clearly has that for the community up there. And so and from the community, I'd like to hear, what are your concerns with this property? And like, is it considered a nuisance or something? I'm not familiar with the area, so it's kind of outside of my knowledge. So I think, yeah, the applicant here needs to involve the community. I think the community needs to voice what their concerns are, if there are some. But from what I'm seeing, I think that the applicant and their team is putting forth an effort that's appropriate, and there's just further steps as part of the process that'll be brought forth. So.
All right, I agree with all those previous comments. I think because there's so many structures that are at different stages of the permit process, it might be just helpful to our review to have like a graphic representation of the permitted versus unpermitted versus just labeling, just because it's kind of hard to cross-reference on the site plan. But overall, I really appreciate the documentation process that the applicant's been going through. It's extensive. So I think they need positive comments for the concept level to go back.
Madam Chair, the applicant has a
Oh,
question.
yes.
I think it'd be useful to clarify for the public. The unpermitted structures were the permit record for the property is spotty.
Okay.
It's not like a house where someone did a renovation. Some of these structures predate the permit process. So that's why we're going through this process of documenting, simply because we went with planning through the permit record. Some of these structures you can't find out. There, when the current owner bought the property,
That's good.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's a real attribute to the community for the property owner to be taking this comprehensive approach to trying to organize all the buildings, to make improvements to the buildings. I mean, it could just go along the way it's always been and continue to be somewhat of a big fire hazard. And that's not the approach that these owners are taking. So they should be commended.
Very good. All right, I'm going to go back to can we go back to the planner memo? Or we can just ask Chris, is it just positive comments at the concept level, Chris, that you need to go back to the environmental review for the CUP process?
Yeah, so this is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. At this phase, we're in the conceptual level. So we wanted to bring the project to SBAR to make sure that the applicant was on the right track. So if there isn't any, thing that the board members need to see in more detail before we move the project forward, then positive comments are great with the request to come back after we go to the planning commission. However, if you want to see the project before the CUP goes to the planning commission for a decision, then you'd have to ask to have it to come back for further conceptual review.
Does anyone on the board feel like we need to see it again before the planning commission?
I think that it's going to change, the look is going to change with the fire upgrades, I think. And it could be pretty drastically, it could be better, it could be a better looking project. But
so do we want to see renderings?
Yeah, and that's what I would like to see. What happens with the fire change, with the fire resistance changes to the buildings and to the landscape.
Okay,
so we should have that, and that would be once we because that's aesthetics. That would
yeah.
Right.
You have a request to see what format, like rendered then, or what or color?
Just show what's going to happen. I mean, all that wood is going to go away. It's going to be something else. I mean, I'm not sure if it applies to all of them or some of the have permits and are untouched remain as it. Some will change, right?
So documentation of which structures are going to undergo changes due to fire requirements.
And what those changes
What
mean,
those
like, you know,
changes
dual glazing, so the windows will change, some of the wood will come, go away, will be, you know.
Do we want to see that before it goes to planning commission?
I think so, yeah. And I think the landscape is an important component as well. And particularly, I mean, there's so many mature oak trees that are just up against the buildings and, you know, what's the fire department really gonna do about that?
Okay, so now that
There needs to be a landscape component.
now that we're oriented to the site, come back one more time with changes that'll be made due to fire requirements and any proposed landscape changes, including removals of vegetation due to fire requirements. Is that our comment? Okay.
Let me say that, Clay, have you made any studies as to, you know, fire retardant? I mean, they're kind of like type 5 buildings now, board and bat. And if they all have to be upgraded to a Class A 1-hour building, is that the case?
We're still studying that. I've done a few projects like this in high fire areas, and there's a lot of different techniques to use. But we're still evaluating how much of each structure will need to have, you know, re-siding or, you know, adding fire safe materials and things like that.
Uh-huh. I mean, are they gonna ask you to sprinkle everything?
That hasn't come up yet.
Uh-huh.
Some of the structures, as far as I know at the moment, the structures that we aren't touching can remain. Other structures that we're altering, we'll have to see how much, you know, are we altering enough to trigger that requirement or not? At the moment, I don't think we are in the majority of the cases. I think there's questions on a couple of them, like the gym, for example.
Okay.
That we need to sort out still.
All right, so we don't make a motion, so it'll just come back one more time for further conceptual with those comments. All right. Thanks. All right, we'll move on to item 2, the Blagden Garage, the request of Johnny Hirsch, agent for Israel Blagden, for the conceptual review of a detached garage of 748 square feet. There's an existing single-family dwelling, and the project will require 20 cubic yards of fill and 20
That needs to be amended there.
and cut. Okay. The property is 0.45 acres, and is there not an address on there? It's in the Mission Canyon Community Plan area. I don't see an address on the
2888 Glendassary Lane.
288 Glendassary Lane.
2888, 38.
888 Glendassary Lane. Okay. All right. And this is the first time we're seeing it, so applicant can state their name and present.
Hi, Johnny Hirsch, agent and designer for the project. Jonathan, would you mind if we showed the neighborhood photos first?
I don't know. I do. Okay.
Thank you. The subject property is the second to the last property on the dead end street of Glendassary Lane, which is illustrated on the top of that map there. If you go to the next page, I'll just show you some contextual photographs of the neighborhood. That is looking straight at the subject property. It's pretty camouflaged with the existing landscape and trees. that is looking east, that is looking west on Glendassary. And then the other pages are surrounding properties along the road. Okay, and now if we go to the drawing set. This is the existing survey with the existing house. It's an upslope house. The house sits on a terrace above, and then it slopes up behind the house, and then it slopes down to a flat area at the front of the property where the proposed detached garage will be. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. If you just, that's the existing house. If you just scroll down this site plan. So there is a flat portion that is currently being used for parking. There is no covered parking structure on this house, which was rebuilt in 2016. So currently the owners come in and park in a gravel flat area down there amongst the oaks. And if you go to the next page. Oh, can you go, I'm sorry, go back up there. There's okay, sorry, next page. So here are some contextual photos of the existing house that is up above on that on the slope property, just to show you aesthetic reference and how we're going to address that with the proposed detached garage. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the proposed detached garage. Houses above here, which is accessed through a meandering path. So the current driveway comes through here, and they do park in this area currently. So what we're proposing is actually covered parking for their vehicles. That rendered view is taken from the corner of the driveway looking into it. So the straight-on view is pretty obscured by the existing foliage, as I showed you on that neighborhood photo. Next. So here's a kind of a proposed site plan. So here's the house, here's the proposed area. This is a blow up of the area here. We have existing trees that we've been working with our good arborist Duke McPherson to establish a path to protect the trees. There is one tree that is proposed to be removed with two additional 36-inch box nursery specimens here and here to mitigate the removal of the existing tree, which is probably one of the least healthy trees on the lot, but it's again, to make way to clear critical root zones. The proposed structure lands within some of these zones, but we are proposing a pile and grade beam foundation system that has been approved in the past, working with a structural engineer right now and the arborist. If you go to the next slide. I'll get back to the arborist and the trees. But so here's the proposed floor plan and roof plan, and I threw some material images on each page. This is the standing seam roof with a random raised seam that matches the house that was designed in that same fashion. Next slide, please. Front elevation facing the street, which is south, has a wood cladding that is a Akoya species that will be it's a product. It's burnt and brushed, Delta Millworks, which gives it both its unique look and gives it its fire rating as well. Pre-burned. And the bifold garage doors will also be clad in that, and we'll introduce the random battens, which show up on the east and west elevations as well. The north facing elevation faces up at the house, won't be visible from the street, but it has that same material palette. Next slide, please. So the east and west elevations have that random batten. We lost an image there. The random battens, which will be the same burnt wood. So it's burnt wood on burnt wood. And then as it turns to the pitches of the roofs, we're matching the standing seams to that random patterning of the battens.
It's pretty straightforward. You can, yeah, we don't need too much more detail probably on this. Yeah.
Okay.
Your renderings are very descriptive.
Look, the pretty picture.
Yeah.
But we do have an arborist report from Duke, and we do have the preliminary structural. I'm sorry, go back to that preliminary structural. This schematic structural design has been reviewed by Duke. Again, it's the piles with grade beams to work to miss the major roots. Duke will be on site once the digging starts to establish the best location for those piles. And this has been a proven method of working within the Oaks. Again, Duke's letter is attached, as is the Mission Canyon Architectural Review Board comment from Hugh Twibble, who's reviewed the project and has no issues with it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to there was no planner memo. We'll go to questions from the board. Questions? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Let me just make sure, were there any letters in the? I don't think there were any letters, and I don't have any speaker slips. If there's anyone online that wishes to have public comment, do you see anyone? You want to go back to a question? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to, if there's no public comment, we'll move on to comments from the board. Josh, do you want to start? Okay. All right, Alex, do you have any comments?
I think it's very well thought out and presented. I have no question, no problems with. I know the site. I jog around this area all the time. It seems perfectly fine.
Okay. John?
Well, I think it's very well done, and it's a great solution to this particular problem. It's sort of losing the garages in a way, and I appreciate that.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with all those comments. I was just wanting to look at the site plan one more time, just thinking about turnabouts and paving and all that. It looks very well done. Thank you.
Right.
I agree that it's well done. And in your rendering, you show some, looks like grasses and stuff around it. I assume somebody will probably indicate what that's going to be in the future. Looks like the landscape around the house is pretty simple, so I'm assuming you do a similar thing. The garage has this quality of like losing itself into the oak tree grove, which seems appropriate and like a clever solution. So nice.
Good. I agree with the previous comments. And I think it could probably come back for prelim and final on consent if you bring any minor landscaping that you'll be proposing. And make sure, I think you included lighting. If there's any landscape lighting associated, include that as well. Is everyone in agreement? It can come back on consent. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. And I just wanted to poll the board really quick on a lunch hour, because I don't think we're going to make it through all 7 items. For sure we can make it through one more, but to just give the public a chance to make it through 2 more. Okay, so we can. A little before 2, we can. Yeah, we can be assured that items 5 through 7 will most likely be heard after lunch. We can't guarantee the time, but just to give everyone a heads up in the public. Okay, so you get to trade with Val. You're gone for an hour and then she'll leave. So that we can keep. Or no, we'll still have quorum. Okay, yeah, we'll be okay. Okay, so we'll move on to item 3, the Giaretta new single-family residence at the request of Jaime Palencia, agent for Giorgio Giaretta. We're reviewing this item for final review of the new residence, 2,564 square feet. The parcel is currently vacant. The project does not require cut or fill. It's a 7,841 square foot parcel at 736 Mission Park Drive in the Mission Canyon area. We have seen this several times. Would the applicant like me to go through the comments first, or would you like to go one by one?
No, that's what I was going to go through for you.
Go through one.
So that's works. Essentially, there is no change compared to the past, except for the request that we received from the board. So we agreed to change the roof pitch back to 412, like it was suggested. And then there was a request to move, to leave 2-3 feet from the property lines for the decks and make the planters around for the landscaping. We agreed to that one also. That's the only modifications. Regarding the pool equipment, we made the pool equipment we updated to the recommendation from the pool company to a 4x6 slab that is in the plan right now. And there was the last question was about addressing the privacy in the north windows, and we took up the suggestion of making it partially treated, so the sunlight can come in from the top portion of the windows, and we cannot see provide some privacy to the neighbors. And so essentially we agree to all the modification requested.
Okay. Let's go through the landscape plan. I think is probably what we mostly need to see. We should also see the architectural changes. Let's start with the architectural changes first. Yeah, I was just looking through. Did anything change on the arborist report since the last we
No.
saw it? Okay.
No, that was agreed before last meeting, and there is no change.
Roll up a little.
So there is no. Yeah.
Which note are you trying to read?
Okay, note on the window there. Yeah, the window note.
Aluminum clad finish.
That one.
Typical.
Does it say lower?
Lower panes of glass shall be frosted.
Yes. The slope of the roof is consistent to what we ask. I think the other comments are on landscaping, right?
Yeah, so let's go to the landscape.
Oh, the other thing I didn't mention was the bamboo in the north side that we had added to provide privacy instead of the windows, so we removed it. So
Okay. Can you go through your landscape plans a little bit for us? Because they were not attached in the last
yes.
presentation.
So I mean, the main things about the landscaping plan is we chosen all the plants from the Walkers and they are low water usage or so very low or low water usage. The main portion of the landscaping is
It's a separate
it
file.
was in the separate file. Yeah, we were showing it before. So, yeah, this one. Yes, so I mean, there was the discussion about, you know, the oak tree removal. That is like we agreed before. Essentially, we are going to plant it in the north side on the right corners of the plan. The only change compared to the previous landscaping was to there are two areas that where they have some there is some previous vegetations that we like to preserve, and so we are going to move this close to the fence instead of having them instead of planting new plants. And those are all very low water usage. They are, as you can see from the pictures, essentially. So if you go in the next one, no, next one again. So here is, you know, some of the statistics about the property. Essentially, we are going to do water-wise landscaping everywhere, essentially, where we do the new landscaping, and we are going to remove actually more intensive plants. So there were some fruit plants where the house is located. And so we expect the water usage, you know, for the landscaping actually to be, you know, the same, I would say, considering that now we have a much larger portion of landscape or lower. That's the next one. So here there is a sort of all the species of the areas where we are going to do the landscaping. We added some plants that are low water usage, and they are compatible with, you know, the oak trees. And under the oaks, the dripping system used will be, the watering will be a dripping system that is highlighted in the next slides. And it separates the different zones based on the water usage. As I said, most of them are low water usage. There is only one circuit that is, sorry, most are very low water usage. One dripping system is low, according to WOCOS. So, and most of the plants are, wow, that's it.
Do you have a Wheelo table in this set showing the water use calculations?
So we have in the next, so this is the water classification of the plants with their names and the proper and the botanical names, and the key reference that shows where the location then is.
Okay. Are there any more sheets in that set? You can keep clicking through slowly.
Well, this is some of the, you know,
Just
the
the-
description from the workers of the plants that were chosen, and some reference pictures of the look of the combination of the plants.
Okay. All right. Does that conclude your presentation? All right, we'll move on to any questions from the board. Robert, did you have any questions on the landscape plan?
Is the bamboo existing that you're proposing?
Excuse me?
Is the bamboo existing that you're
Yeah,
proposing?
there is already a bamboo in that area in the south side. So we're not going to, the parts that we are adding, where we are adding vegetation, so we decided to use the Catalina cherry, like it was suggested, instead of the bamboo. We were originally planning to extend the bamboo areas, both in the south and the north, and instead, now we are not.
Do you have the oak tree size identified? The oak tree?
Yes, is the, where the green circle is there, that's
but-
where the new oak trees will be. That's based on the recommendation of the arborist and the discussion between the planners and the
Yeah,
arborist.
but the size of the oak tree that you're gonna plant there?
Yes, as a planter, is the recommended size from the arborist is,
Specified in the arborist report?
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
40.
one
Okay.
specified in the arborist.
But it's not on the plan that I saw, but yeah.
Yeah, you're,
I think it's also marked on the plan itself, if you, in one of them, in
Okay.
some other, the architect didn't put them in, but there is one of the pages where the location is, at least it was there.
Okay.
So not in this one, but, it's maybe, where did he put it? Yeah, there it is. It's in the corner.
Okay.
I'll let you.
All right. Well, mine will be comments, so we'll move on to, do you have any proposed exterior lighting? For the,
There are pictures added. It was already in the previous one. If you
is
go
there
on the, no, for landscaping?
Yeah.
No, we are not. We are not planning to, except the lights in the pool itself.
okay, that's it.
That's a lighting, yeah.
Okay, all right, right, we'll move on to public comment. We have, let's see, these speaker slips to this one, I just want to make sure. Okay, these say 740 Mission Park, but so they're for the next one, I guess. But is there any, yeah, that's what I thought. So, and then is there anyone online as well?
If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item in the chat, please raise your hand.
And we'll begin with the public commenters that are here. One of these, Michael. Okay, they both say 740, so, but, oh, that's okay. No, okay, so yes.
Usually, yes.
Please come to the.
Okay, you can come up for your
you
public
can come
comment.
up and speak.
Thank you.
You'll have 3 minutes. Maybe I
Yeah, would you put
misunderstood.
up the,
Oh, okay, I was. usually
the
they put-
picture that shows the structure next to my structure and the scope of and the bulk of it, just to kind of get an idea.
Okay, and just
Especially the roof line would be helpful. That's what I'm here to talk about.
for documentation, if you can state your name, and then we'll start the 3
Okay.
minutes.
I'll wait till he gets set up. The next one that shows kind of the rendering. Yeah, there's another one. Keep going. Going. That's helpful. Next one. And the next one. Is that it? There was one that was kind of a colored photo that showed the structure next to my structure. That's a good one right there. Yeah, the one on the left. Okay. Yeah, thanks. My name is Michael Goot, and I live at 740, and I'm the immediate neighbor to the north of the Giaretta project. And I've been here before. As you all know, I'm concerned about the size, bulk, and scale of the project being next to my little single-story house. I'm here to express my opposition to the gable roof design of the project. In previous iterations of the plans, a hip roof on the main house and garage was employed in order to reduce the overall size, bulk, and scale of the structure and to reduce the amount of sun shading and view blocking to my property that a gable roof would cause. A hip roof would fit in perfectly with the Spanish architectural design of the structure. At the site visit to view the story poles, you SBAR members were able to see how much sun shading there would be to my backyard and to my bedroom windows as a result of that long 2-story, 23 feet 5-inch high structure. As a result of the site visit, you folks then requested that the design be modified to reduce the mass, bulk, and scale of the structure. To comply with that request, a hip roof was then employed in the design in order to satisfy that comment to reduce the overall mass, bulk, and scale and amount of sun shading caused to the neighbor, me. Unfortunately, At the conceptual and preliminary review hearing on December 15th, 2023, you folks gave preliminary approval to a later and more recent revised design, which included a gable roof. The S-Bar had only a few minutes to review the revised roof design because the revised plans were uploaded right at the hearing. I was not able to object to the change in the roof design at that hearing because I was not aware of the change of the roof design until the very last moment in time. Since that December 15th, 2023 hearing, I have attended every S-Bar hearing and made comments objecting to the change in roof design from a hip roof to a gable roof. I believe that this is my last best chance to get that roof design changed back to a hip roof. If the applicant needs more space on the roof to mount solar panels, I suggest that he can mount those additional solar panels on the roof of his adjacent single-story structure. I fervently and sincerely request that the S-Bar require that the gable roof design be changed back to a hip roof design prior to granting final approval. Thank you for your consideration, cooperation, and assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is our only speaker? Okay, we'll move on to comments from the board. Start with,
Can you show the elevations on the side elevation be affected? Yes, reduce it a little bit. Yeah, keep going up. Keep going. The other side is not this one. Keep going. It would be this one here. Stop now. Yeah. Go up. No,
Yeah.
the other way. Yeah, that's the one.
there we go.
Yeah. Go to the top, enlarge the top, enlarge the top elevation, the one that shows the gable. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, do you want to begin with your comments?
Just wanted to take another look. No, I'm fine with the project.
Okay, John, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. The gable end matches the lower building and I think that hipping the roof would make very little difference, such a small amount.
Val?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think removing the roof over the back balcony took away a chunk of roof. And lowering the pitch back to 4 and 12 is appropriate, and I think it's good.
Josh?
I don't have any exception to what I've heard from the other board members, and I don't think I have anything else to add to this. So that's all I have to say at this point.
Robert?
I support the architectural design. I think the landscape is kind of lacking a little bit in the front yard, which is really like the most visible part of the landscape. Got like a few groupings of plants around the oak tree and then just kind of like a big open area, and I don't know, maybe that's acceptable. I'm curious on Kaylee's feedback
Jonathan,
on
can
it.
we go back to the landscape plan? So
Also, on some of those species of plants you're proposing underneath all the oak trees require full sun, and I'm just not too confident on the compatibility in that environment. So this is the first time I've seen the landscape plan. I don't know if it was at the previous meeting, but also I'm not sure your irrigation plan is going to be able to get through the building department the way it's drawn. So it's going to require the water use calculations that are just a standard part of it. And so I understand you've taken a stab at doing your own landscape plan. I just think it could use a little more study.
yeah. Yeah, I second that. I think the architectural changes are successful. And I guess the way I see the landscape plan is you have a very professionally designed house. And I think the landscape deserves kind of that level of planning and design as well. Even though it is a small area that's being designed in the landscape, it is over the threshold of what's required for WELO calculations. And I have no doubt that you're planning drought tolerant plantings, but there is, you know, a street frontage, so it's publicly visible, and I think it just deserves a little bit more study. I think what you've already done is a really great start to consult with a landscape designer or a landscape architect, just to get your landscape plans to the same level that your architecture is, because the architecture is very successful. I would propose that it can come back for final on consent with just further review for landscape, unless
I
any,
think we should state that it's just the landscape.
yeah,
The review, just the landscape plan.
yeah, just landscape plans. No further review is needed for the architecture per the board's comments. I also would like you to just confirm that the exterior lighting is night sky friendly. The picture looks like you can see, it's just written, so it'll just be modified that way? Okay, sounds good. So you only need to come back for landscape then. And
Okay.
so,
Kaylee, should we maybe give some guidance on what's required?
yeah, so you'll need planting size and quantities. And it's best if it's done in a legend format so we can easily see what sizes you're proposing. And rather than having just the oak size on the architectural plans, put all landscape related information into the landscape set. And then for the irrigation, there's, and you're gonna be required to do this to get through the building department anyways. So it's best if you at least are started in that process so you don't end up getting kicked back to us later on. So there's notes required for permitting for the irrigation and planting that are pretty accessible for, you can just download the WELO requirements. Clarifying the plant sizes that you're proposing under the oak trees and for screening any existing vegetation that's to remain and to be protected. I know the trees are, but if there's any other vegetation, anything else, Robert, that you can?
But any of the plants that are underneath the oak trees, which is a whole lot of them, I just encourage you to study that what you're proposing there is compatible with oak trees.
Okay.
And with,
The current vegetation.
In my opinion, that I don't think it's
we don't really need to add planting under the oak trees. So the main part that we are concerned is, you know, the backyard, you know, where there is the pool and the new thing.
the oak trees go along the whole side of the property there and along the driveway, correct?
The oak trees are? Yeah, it's essentially all the front portion.
Yeah,
You
so
know, I can just remove the
I mean,
landscaping.
I think
completely
because
and
of
leave it whatever it is today, essentially, that's.
I think you're still going to need landscaping, but I would focus your efforts around what's visible from the street and for screening and any areas that you're going to be designing around the pool and things. It's not a requirement that you need to plant 100% under the oaks. Anything that is under the oaks should be compatible. And then the other comments that have been previously noted, like what's visible from the street and what's needed for screening should be addressed. And those will inevitably be under the oaks, but we're not specifically requiring you that you plant under the oaks, especially internal to the property where it's not visible.
There's planting that you could do underneath the oak trees that's not like real dense planting that will just make it look like the.
Yeah,
project
yeah,
is
no, I
completed.
understand. I thought it was because I got it from I think it's the botanical garden. I picked
It's just some of the species
selections,
that's-
so for.
Some of the species you're proposing are, they grow in full sun and I think it's gonna probably, my guess would be that it wouldn't work properly to what you're expecting, so.
It's a book on botanical gardens, so I can, but I take the suggestion, you know, I'll look it up and try to see what makes sense, but I've been working with a botanical garden, essentially.
Okay.
Trying to get the suggestion from them on how to do the landscaping, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so to clarify, I hope that item will come back for final on consent just related to landscaping. And my computer has died, Jonathan, so yeah, I can read I have enough to go on. I'm just not on the Zoom call anymore. So we'll move on to item number 4, the Amory Living Trust Garage at the request of Nick Baybrook. Oh. I said for the, sorry, final on consent for just landscaping. Yeah. Okay, so request of Nick Baybrook for Jillian and Mike Amory. Thank you. This item's here for further conceptual and preliminary review of a proposed attached garage of 453 square feet. The following structures exist: a single-family residence of 4,600 square feet. The proposed project requires no cut or fill. Property is on 0.23 acre parcel and is located at 739 Mission Park Drive. It was okay. Yeah, would the applicant like me to go through the comments?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, I'll read the comments. Restudy the garage roof line. Roof pitches vary throughout and are awkward. Study ways to tie the garage roof with entry roof. Consider flat roof with trellis. Architectural style of proposed garage addition doesn't match the existing structure. Location and scale of garage is acceptable, but architectural style needs further study to tie into existing structure. If the applicant can state their name and.
Hi, Nick Braybrook, agent for Gillian and Mike Amory.
I'm driving. You can.
Yeah, after the last comments, we went back and looked at different roof ideas and such like, and what we ended up with, which was a suggestion, was going with a flat roof with a parapet and a canopy put on the front above the garage door. It keeps the garage lower and less conspicuous than it was before. And it's still the same size garage. We protrude out the front 2 foot 1 inches, which is a few inches back from the existing bay window, which is it's a properly built part of the floor plan bay window. It's not an applied one or anything. So that stayed the same. It's just really the we've gone with a flat roof with a 12-inch parapet wall. I think the total height is like 10 inches or 10 inches 10 foot 2 inches. And we put a roof on the front, which will line up from the front elevation with the porch roof. And it does stick out a little further. So we showed it separate just to sort of make it look a little bit smaller and separate from the main. Oops.
Did you take over? Okay.
House.
It was the elevations, the first sheet of elevations. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And the garage will be the same materials as the main house, stucco to match. The wood trim will match the main house, as does the garage door. If you go down to the section on the last page, section AA, you can get an idea of the small roof on the front of the garage. And if you zoom into section A, where the front of the new garage is dotted there, a bit hard to see. You can see dotted is the line of the porch roof, existing porch roof behind, which sticks out about 1 foot. And we've shown our little wall, our little roof bit going out 2 feet. Theoretically, it could link up and be continuous. It would just be a smaller area of roof on the new garage, but it could link up. I did a couple of drawings of that, and I found it made it look a bit too long, so that's why we tried to break up the garage with its own little roof. Sorry. Yeah. No, sorry. That's all existing. Everything from that side is all existing roof. It's the front of the house on the left-hand side. It's like, you can see it in red. So it seemed to, doing it this way, we didn't end up with an awkward roof that we have. We don't want to lose the windows on this, you know, the existing windows. So we're trying to make something work with that. Ended up looking a bit strange and odd in that we have the side of the house as existing.
All right. Are there any additional sheets? Okay, can you put that up? All right, in response to the comments, the applicant has redesigned to have the flat roof and parapet wall. Based on the review of the application and supporting materials, the proposed project is compliant with all the requirements of the Land Use Development Code, Comprehensive Plan, and Mission Canyon Community Plan. Final approval, it just has the project description that I've already read. Any revisions will require the planner's attention, and final approval of the land use permit is subject to review by the planner. Right, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, also I did send the planner some additional photographs, mainly to do with trees. But I sent her a sort of a long photograph of the front of the house taken from the road.
Okay.
And it kind of shows the trees and all the, you know, the mature planting and everything, and how a lot of the front of the house is sort of hidden behind a lot of the.
Anything else in the box, Jonathan?
I actually have some printed
Oh, perfect. We can
printed
pass them.
ones if they're any help. Yeah.
Okay, as we pass those, we can go for any questions from the board.
Show the elevation, side elevation. There you go. The other. North.
Mhm.
Okay. Getting that's good.
Right. Anyone else have any questions? No, we can move on to public comment. I have one speaker slip, and Jonathan, is there anyone online? I don't see anyone.
Online. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the chat.
Okay, and we can start with Michael Guten.
Which, this bottom left? Yep.
Hello again. Hi.
Again, you can state your name one more time.
My name is Michael Guten. I'm at 740 Mission Park Drive, and I'm the neighbor right across the street from the project we're discussing. How convenient that they're both back to back today. So I'm here to express my concerns about this project as follows. Installing the footings of the new garage will undoubtedly disturb and possibly sever many of the roots within the critical root zone of the two large oak trees, trees numbered 1 and 2. Even though the existing driveway is supposedly concrete, the new garage footings will be cut much deeper into the ground than the depth of the existing concrete driveway. Since this house was built many years ago, the two large oaks have extended their roots far underneath the concrete driveway where the new garage is to be built. I am concerned that the process of cutting in and pouring the deep garage footings and the installation of the new concrete garage floor will cause considerable harm to the health of these two majestic old oak trees. Considering this concern, I would expect there to be some mitigation and health monitoring of these oaks required for this project. Number 2, the proposed garage extends 2 feet 1 inch past the front of the existing house, not counting the bay window. This makes the front of the proposed garage stick out from the house and will make the proposed garage excessively prominent, not blending in with the exterior walls and roof line of the house. I would like to see the front of the proposed garage be in the same line as the house, excluding the bay window. Number 3, the proposed parapet in the front of the flat roof of the proposed garage seems tall and adds unnecessary height, bulk, scale, and volume as viewed from the street. I believe that the parapet could be shorter. The porch, number 4, the porch overhang attached to the parapet sticks out an additional 2 feet from the front of the garage and adds more unnecessary bulk, size, and scale to the proposed garage as viewed from the street. I believe that there should be a better design that would make any garage overhang appear from the street as if the roof overhang were just naturally a continuation of the roof line of the house. Number 5, and the last one, the whole transition from the lines of the existing house to the box-shaped proposed garage that sticks out from the front of the house seems very awkward and out of character with the design of the house. I think that the design could be improved to make the proposed garage look more like it was built as part of the house rather than as an inline oversized box that got stuck onto the side of the house. I request that the SBAR thoughtfully consider and mitigate the concerns I've described above before granting conceptual design approval of this project. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other comment on, or public commenters online? Okay, then we'll close public comment and come back to the board. We'll start with Josh this time.
Well, first of all, I think my comments are a little bit, well, I'm sympathetic to the public comment we just heard. I think there's some good points raised and really well spoken. Thank you. First of all, I think that the existing garage that is there today looks like it was I don't have any evidence for this. I don't know if it was built the same time as the house or if it was added on at a later date, but it certainly does not look to be designed well to integrate with the house. So whether it was originally done that way or added on later, it to me looks like a poor addition to a pretty nice, quaint little cottage. So just doesn't look right. So I think, this proposal kind of challenges me because it's making a kind of hidden, bit awkward situation worse, and by pulling it forward. So a little bit different opinion about the height of the parapet from the public commenter. I think the actual parapet's too low. It makes the little garage addition look squat, and I think it kind of exacerbates the problem of making it not fit with this house. And my preference would be, and I think the way this house wants this to work is that the garage was a separate unit, like physically separated from the building. The building kind of feels like it needs to just sit in its own little container. And if there's a garage next to it, it either needs to adopt the roof style and pitch and have that extended, or it needs to just sit aside as a small little garage. So my thought, looking at your floor plan, obviously, is that extending your roof across creates a problem for your master bedroom and the windows. That little window on the left seems to be for the closet, and the one on the right is for the bedroom. So I don't think extending the roof across over the top of this would be a benefit, and it just adds a lot of unnecessary elements. But I do think if there's a way to make the garage separate from the house more, I think it'll be more successful. So if you go to the floor plan, Jonathan, the proposed floor plan. There's a nice, I'm just looking at this. There seems to be enough room in the side yard setback to allow for some movement here. I would consider taking the garage and shoving it, I shouldn't say shove it, moving it to the right and opening up a void between the line of the existing living room where the fireplace is and the garage to create the appearance of separation there. And I think that could be done and still maintain the garage. The public commenter had an interesting point about bringing the front of the garage in line with the existing house and continuing the eave across. I would say potentially the overhang on the garage might be calling more attention to it than needed. Maybe consider removing it, raising the parapet and moving the massing of the garage over to the right. And then it could create some more room in the garage and open up a void between the house and the proposed garage. I think that would be I don't think it should go back too deep, but creates somebody got a pen to draw that? Where's that coming from?
But there's an oak right next to
Yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just create an indentation there.
Question, man. Yeah,
So their comment, I'll finish up here. My other comment is that I want the applicant to return. I was looking at this earlier and thinking about these oaks. That we need to see an arborist report. I think the plans need to indicate that all the grading and foundation work needs to be done by hand trenching and with the supervision of an arborist. And there's going to have to be, accommodations for the root system on these oaks. You're going to have to provide mitigation measures for them, but this thing needs to be built with the guidance of an arborist if you intend to keep the oaks. So.
Okay. Robert?
I mean, I'm not gonna play architects here, so I think
Okay.
I'll defer to other architects. It's kind of the issue. I agree with that. The oak tree needs to be protected and needs to be identified in the plans.
Okay. Val?
Yeah, my feeling looking at the parapet is that it's too low. And, what's the depth of the garage, the proposed garage?
Zoom in on that
It's
dimension.
the dimension on the side, it's interior. I think it's 21'3" or something.
Hmm.
I can't quite see. But basically, at the minimum size for a double garage is usually about 20 by 20. So we've got 20 from the side, although we do have the fireplace pulling into it. And we just, wanted to grab a little bit of extra space at the front, just because 20 by 20 can be quite a small
Yeah.
feeling
It-
garage.
It is really impeding the integration of it into the house by having it move forward like that. And if there was room to separate it, I think that's an interesting idea that Josh proposed to make it look more like a detached garage. But the parapet should be taller and there should be a way to have the eyebrow roof that was over the garage door feel somehow connected or in line with the bay roof rather than just another little short roof. Unless if you can really detach it, then maybe that would help it. I mean, this is very challenging because the roof of the house is so steep and so tall.
Yeah.
And your first proposal had that kind of fake roof. That didn't work. And it's true that the existing garage that's being converted is really problematic itself.
Yeah.
So let me just talk that it's like the two things need to be considered together, that the existing garage is really a poor addition and the new garage is not helping the look of the house.
John?
Well, I agree. The problem is that the garage seems like a totally different building and doesn't match the style of the existing building. I think the idea of extending that porch roof across to the front of the garage, at least in the same plane, would be one way of solving it.
But then the garage should be in line.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to, I mean, I don't know what the dimensions are, but from your drawing, it looks like there's enough room to make the front of the garage align with the front of the house. And if this, what is the dimension there? You need 20 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, how much do you have?
At the moment, we have 21 foot. We have about 21'3" internally. And if we were to be flush with the front of the house, we'd have just over 19 foot. So obviously 20 by 20 is the ideal double garage size. That's why we, sort of pushed it out the front a little bit just to have a more.
Well, I mean, it seems it would be really difficult to move the back wall of the garage. To give you-
Yeah, that's all that we don't really want to.
That's a big deal. Even, like a 19-foot garage is not that bad. It's a problem, the house is so dominant, it's such a strong statement, that it, it sort of intimidates anything else next to it. So, even if it were 19 feet, I would go there, line it up and extend the porch roof across the front of the garage too. And that way it would seem like it would integrate the two and they would match. Be my suggestion.
I mean, if we protrude from the front maybe a foot, we'd still line up with the porch roof because the porch roof runs over the bay window and extends about 12 inches out. So even if we could grab an extra, try and make the garage to 20 feet or 20'6", we could still extend the porch roof across with that.
I think you're just asking you to restudy it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, Alex.
So, yeah.
It's on.
I tend to agree with those comments. So you're converting the existing garage to an accessory dwelling unit, right? And that's why it leaves you with a short space, because I agree with the comment of lining up the front. I'm not sure about the how to deal with the roof, but I agree with the previous comments. It's not the end of the world to have a 19-foot garage, long, deep garage. It's given the circumstances, it's a big house, 4,600 square feet in a relatively small lot. There's a lot going on. I think the planning department may accept a 19-foot, the transportation may accept a 19-foot deep garage.
Yeah, in the
So it
county,
lines
there's
up.
not a minimum.
It's not the minimum.
There's not a
Well,
minimum.
maybe that works. Can you go back to the elevations and yeah. It will line up, would be good. I kind of tend to agree with the idea of a little bit taller parapet and maybe more prominent eyebrow at the roof. But I think it's a difficult project regardless. So that's all I can say.
Yeah. Oh, a taller parapet and tying the roof together that comes across the bay with the front of the garage may be the path of least resistance. It probably would look better if you pitched the garage roof up the same as the house. But then you lose those windows and it has other complications, so.
I think a 19-foot garage is not, my garage is 20 feet and then it could be 19 feet and I wouldn't notice it.
All right. Joe, do you need any further clarification on those comments?
No, Madam Chair, I believe I got all of those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Dargle. I don't have anything to add. So this project was here for further conceptual and preliminary review. Do we want it to come back for prelim review one more time? Okay. All right, so it'll be re-agendized for prelim at your next.
Right, could I just make one last comment just about detaching the garage? It's, we want to do everything to, not to damage the oak trees, and we've been approved by, the planner. I sent her additional photographs and showed that there's going to be minimum trimming, if any. But we are, the homeowner wants to definitely not affect the oaks, and trying to push the garage over and separate it would basically push us much closer to the oaks. And also these oak trees, I think you told them the photograph, they grow at an angle. So if the garage moved over, we've got an oak tree in front of the garage door that you'd have to kind of do some maneuvering around.
Yeah, I think Josh will clarify his comment on that. Or
I have a question for the applicant. Are you a certified arborist?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the comments is to request an arborist report since you are in the proximity of the oaks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's right. He was here for further conceptual preliminary, so we'll plan to agendize him for preliminary next time. Okay, thank you. All right, and I think because we noted for to avoid any conflict with public commenters that may have left, I think we need to recess for lunch now, because we'd said 5 through 7 would be after lunch. So we will, it's 12:17 right now. We'll return at 1:17, beginning with item number 5. Is the applicant for item 5 online or in the audience? No. Didn't we tell them 117?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Are there? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, great. I've been here this whole time seeing you guys, and I can't see myself up there in the view and can't hear anything. But now looks like it's all working now.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
We just started back. I'm going to promote you to a panelist. Give me 1 second.
Okay, great. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna start with, or we're gonna reconvene the Aspire hearing. And we'll start with item 5, the McQueen 4-car garage. The request of Crystal Chan and Michael Ober, agent for Brent and Marie McQueen, for conceptual review of a 4-car garage of 877 square feet, constructed below an ADU. The following structures exist: a 2-story, 4-bedroom, single-family home with a 2-car garage totaling 2,663 square feet. This project requires no cut or fill. It's on a 0.23 acre parcel at 6776 Del Playa Drive in the Isla Vista Community Plan. So if you can state your name and you can start your presentation.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning. And yeah, so this project's pretty straightforward. We've got, as you can see on the site plan here, can I actually control the screen as a panelist? Or do I need to?
I'm sorry, you're not able to. Jonathan is driving, and so you just direct him to the pages.
Cool. All right, Jonathan, if you could just zoom out a little bit so we could see the entire site on here. Great. So you can see we've got a Del Playa Drive address, but our parcel goes straight through all the way to Sabado Tarde. And this ADU and garage are going to be on the back part of the property, really with frontage on Sabado Tarde Road. So you can see on the left there the existing parking configuration. And since the county still hasn't updated its ADU regulations in the coastal zone, you have to replace parking if you're eliminating it with an ADU. So the ADU itself doesn't require any, but where we have it cited would eliminate 4 parking spaces. So we're replacing those 4 parking spaces in this 4-car garage, which directly fits right under the ADU that we're proposing right there. And let's see, while we're still on the site plan here, access remains from the exact same place. We're actually reusing the existing curb cut. And then you can see these 2 trees that are on our site plan, and those are going to be preserved in place. And I'm going to walk you through our plans and then just show you the site photos and stuff afterwards. Let's go down to the elevation sheets. I'm not sure exactly what sheet numbers those are, but it's not a very big plan set. Yeah, there we go. So the elevation that's north facing, that faces Sabado Tarde, so with the deck and the staircase on it. And then directly below that is the south elevation, which faces into our parking lot. And then the east elevation faces our driveway, and you can see the 2 garage doors there. We're just here for concept. We haven't figured out exactly what kind of garage door these would be, but probably just standard metal panel roll-up doors that match the architecture of the structure. And then the west elevation is just the one that's up along the property line. You can see the edge of the deck there. And we're just doing siding and a gable to match the architecture of the existing residence that's on the property. And let's see, why don't we scroll down another sheet? Let's go to the next sheet. I think we've got a, so that's just a section view. Keep on going. So we put together a little colors and materials board. And essentially this is all match existing. So we picked up the paint colors that match what's on the existing house in terms of the trim and everything else. And it's going to have composition shingles just like the existing house. It's basically a small version of the existing house. And then on the lower left there, that's the elevation of the house that you could see from Sabado Tarde if there was a clear view into the site. So let's scroll down. Just got some photos of the site and surroundings now that you've seen what we're proposing. So if we could blow those up a little. So there's our site that goes straight through across the entire block. We're mostly surrounded by apartments. Maybe there's some houses in there somewhere that have been converted to multifamily, but it's mostly apartments around us. Let's go down to the next picture. So that's the side of our existing residence that faces over on Del Playa, which blocks the entire view of the back of the site. Let's keep going. So this is looking up our driveway into our site. You can see both of the major trees that are right there. I forget exactly what kind of trees these are, but all of this landscaping, the trees and these sort of shrubs in front, it's pretty much going to stay in place. Again, we're reusing the same exact curb cut, so we shouldn't be displacing any of this existing screening. Let's keep going. So that is in our parking area, looking back out towards Sabado Tarde. And the area that's right in front here to the left, that's paved for those parking spaces. That's the location where the ADU is going to be. And you can see here across the street from us to the north, I think every single structure that's adjacent to us or across the street from us are all two-story structures. Just your typical IV development. Next picture. So it's another picture of the house. You can see we're basically doing the same architecture on this ADU as the house. Next. Yeah, you can probably skip all these. These are just, we have to submit pictures of every elevation of the existing development as part of our application. So that's what these all are. I don't think they're that important for what your board's looking at today. That's some additional, that's what's right next door to us, apartments. So you can see what's going on there. We're right up against a side property line that there's a parking lot adjacent to us. And I guess just scroll through the rest of the photos. If I see anything that's important, I'll call it out. Yeah, 2 stories on the other side. Go ahead and keep on going. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. That's all I have for my presentation. I can answer any questions you guys have about this project.
Okay, thank you. Move on to questions from the board.
Yeah, can you go to site plan, please, Jonathan?
Sir?
So what is that tree in the front? It's not very well located, it's not identified. Can you blow up that section in the front?
Yeah, I think we have it labeled. It's an Australian pine. And then the other one is I think it's a Chinese elm.
The big one is the Australian pine, right? Is that?
That's right.
Yeah. And the stairs, it just seems like the stairs, the landing goes right into the tree. Wouldn't it be better, just question, maybe landing into the other side, into the driveway? I mean, it just seems
Well, if the stairs went the other way into the driveway, they would block the driveway.
Well, okay, all right.
And those stairs are really for the ADU. I think that the only thing that's technically in front of your board today is the garage beneath the ADU.
Well, I think that tree is on my purview.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Move on to public comment. I think there was one letter in the box. I'm gonna put the letter from Hugh Twybull. I believe it was a letter in support, not downloading for me. Oh, hi Martin, it appears as if the solution that the applicant has developed is again very sensitive to the grades as well as the neighbors. Difficult site that will never be perfect in everyone's eyes, but they've done an excellent job and our committee is in support. Oh,
Oh, that might have been for that project.
oh, it's in that box though.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I guess it was just in the wrong box.
Yeah, it might have been oh, wow.
Okay. Then is there any public commenters online?
Let's see if anybody has a comment on this item in the chat, please raise your hand. Seeing none?
Okay.
Anybody in the
Any
public?
audience? I don't think I have any requests to speak for this item. Okay, all right, we'll move on to comments from the board, starting with Alex.
Okay, can we go then to the site plan then? I mean, to the floor plan? Another floor plan? Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, and we see that.
Right there?
Yeah, yeah, I think the stairs could go some other way. This, yeah, anyway, I guess the comment is concerned about the stairs affecting the tree. Okay, yeah. And
It's not a native tree.
no, what is
It's
it?
not a native protected tree, just for the,
Right?
yeah.
Should not be concerned about that tree.
You can be, but it doesn't have the requirements of protection.
Just to be clear on the tree, and if you want any comments, or I can wait, whichever.
Yeah, this way. How about the elevations now?
Elevation.
And look at the garage. Yeah. Just a question about the windows. Just seems like have one window each. You know, there's a narrow, small slider, maybe a bathroom, who knows? Then a regular slider, then a double hang. Just seems like it would be easier just to put sliders and casements. They all have the same shape, but the combining slidings and overhangs and double hangs doesn't work so well. Looking at the first floor, well, I'm not going to look at the second floor because I'm not supposed to look at the second floor. I'm just saying there's a lot of different windows that maybe there's a way to make them all part of the same family. And I suggest, as a suggestion only, to use a casement instead of a double hang, so they all look kind of the same on the outside. And
Okay.
that's all I'm going to say.
John?
Well, you said that you're matching the existing architecture. You
That's
know,
right.
I noticed on the existing house, the rafter tails are projected out a little past the edge of the roof. And you could do the same here and it would match. Also, you could have a planting strip along the fence line. You know, the car never gets all the way to the fence, you know, so, you know, I think that would, that little bit of planting would make a big difference in the overall concept, and instead of having nothing but paving there. That'd be my suggestion.
Val?
Yeah, I guess your elevations are just pretty basic the way they're depicted. I had the same comment about the windows, that it would be good to coordinate them, make them more of a piece with each other, so not double hungs mixed in with sliders and all the different proportions. And then maybe look at the something above the garage doors to give some element of a break to that big facade. Yeah, either an eyebrow over the garage doors or a belly band or something that helps that. I'm all for protecting that tree. I think it helps kind of block the building from the street, but you could put a little more effort into the aesthetics of the architecture.
Robert.
Hey Jared, a question. Is the tree that's located on the site plan, is the trunk location there? Is that what's accurate? Because the size of the canopy of that tree is not accurate to what it looks like in the image.
I think I think that the trunk location is probably accurate because we pulled it off of a survey. So I could take a closer look and reconcile these things. But yeah, like we did design that upper deck to cut back so it didn't interfere with the tree. I mean, we really like that tree and we want to keep that tree. So we're being sensitive to it.
Okay. Yeah, in the photo, it looks like the tree like goes over the property line. I mean, it looks like it's way larger than in the site plan, so.
Yeah, I mean, the site plan may not have depicted the canopy to the whole size. I'll check on that.
Yeah, I guess my comment would be to just make sure that the design of your building is going to work with that tree being there, because it kind of looks like it potentially might conflict, or at least there's not enough information here to really evaluate that. And then, you know, I understand this is Isla Vista and it's kind of like anything that gets put in the ground here just gets trampled on by the people living around there, but somebody could put an effort into trying to potentially beautify the site to some extent that might be compatible with the people that live there, but I don't know. I'm curious if anybody else thinks that's worth evaluating.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. I think it is worth trying to save the tree because it grounds the structure. And it, with the proposed garage, you know, up against the setback, essentially, it is pretty close to both the paving on the this property side and the adjacent neighbor. So I think an attempt at buffering that with some landscape screening would be good, and landscaping on the street facing side. If it's determined that tree, since it's not a native, can't be saved with this design, my comment would be to propose a new specimen tree in that location, because I think it has an important function with the design. Anybody else?
Yeah. Also, you know, just I was just going to add that it just seems like the flow of the traffic, the stairs seems to land on the wrong side of the site. It appears to me, unless you have another separate path. It would be much easier if the stairs landed on the driveway side. You know, so there must be a way to rework
the reason we didn't do that is because that would directly conflict with that tree. There'd be no way to reconcile that.
Yeah, right. So maybe there's some other arrangement, or maybe the whole building can be moved one way or the other, north or I mean, I imagine. I don't know. There must be. There's always another solution to something.
We really studied this really, really hard. It can't move north because then it eliminates more parking spaces, and we can't do the project. It can't move south because of the setback. It can't move to the east because we need to preserve enough back out distances for the garages. And it can't move to the west because we're up against a setback right now. I mean, it really is, it is pinned where we have it.
How big are those garages?
They're the minimum size that allows the back out to work.
No, I mean the other dimension. How wide are they? It looks like a big garages. Is that 40 feet or what?
Well, I mean, the length of the building is, but the width of it is probably only 20.
Okay.
And that's sort of a bare minimum on a garage. Let me fill you all in on some more here. So, and this may be waiting outside of the garage, but state law provides that non-habitable spaces in multifamily projects can be converted to accessory dwelling units. That's how it works in the rest of the county and everywhere else in the state. Like the county hasn't updated its coastal zoning for like 3 years since that went into effect. That went into effect in 2020. So someday the county is going to have to get around to updating its ordinance. And when they do that, we have an opportunity to provide another dwelling unit on this site. And the garage is the same perimeter as the building and would allow for that. So, and also it stacks, like we could make the garage smaller, but the ADU wouldn't change in size, and it doesn't have to change in size. And so all that would be accomplishing is a cantilever. And I don't see that that would be improvement over just having a stacked building. And it would certainly make it cost more to build without any real benefit. I would much more interested in looking into the belly band or detailing above those garage doors, or maybe even some small trellises or planter pockets or something that could go in on that garage side elevation.
So you're saying the building is designed with the intent of converting the parking spaces to?
It allows for that if someday that happens and the owner at the time wants to do it. I mean, we try to, look ahead when we design stuff. And so that's why we did that.
Fair enough.
Okay, so this project's here for conceptual review. Come back for prelim and final full board and see the detailing.
Yeah,
Right.
and the rafter detailing, I think that was a good catch.
And with a landscape plan.
Yeah.
Jared, if you have to cut like half that tree out of the, cut the tree in half to put the building there, it might be more desirable just to eliminate the tree and put a nice new tree in front of it. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think what we'll do is we work with Bill Spiewak on a lot of our projects. And I think we'll have him out there and take a look at it and either give us recommendations on trimming it or replacing it.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll move on to item 6, the Gariba Properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Townhomes, the request of Miguel Ibarra, agent for Sergio Garcia, Gariba Properties, for conceptual review of a 14-unit townhome development on existing vacant land, which will include 4 structures. Building 1 and 2 be 7,629 square feet. Building 3 will be 9,466, and building 4 will be 10,139. I think that means that 1 and 2 are each 7,600 square feet.
Yes, that's correct.
The following structure, no structures exist. The proposed project requires no cut and fill. We'll have a question about that. The property is 0.78 acres on the corner of Puente and Hollister in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan area. So if you can state your name and give us your presentation.
Hi, my name is Miguel Ibarra, and I'm the owner's rep on this project. I also had a little part in the design on it too, and the planning. So with that said, like you said, this property does include 4 buildings. We wanted to go with a Spanish colonial design to the site. We really like that, and that's one of the reasons why we were looking at Santa Barbara. This came up, and it looked like a good project for us. We have a couple of strict requirements from the county with the setbacks and on both Puente and Hollister, and so it really really had to just work through this to get to the part where we could maximize the amount of buildings that we can put on the site, and still make sure that the project was something that we could do. So if we want to go to the next slide there. I think, yeah. So these are just pictures of the site. It's just basically a vacant site. It's for the most part just flat. I think there's like a 12-inch variance from side to side in each way. So it's not there's no considerable sloping or anything like that. Obviously, we'll, look at, storm drain and everything like that, like we need to. But for the most part, the site is all flat. And so we just have these pictures in there to show, where it is. And I don't know how many of you have driven by it, but I think all there is like a bus stop. Okay, if we can go to the next slide there. And then this is a layout that we have for the buildings. Just one of the things that was brought up by planning in their preliminary review was for us not to have any driveways on Hollister. So we have modified that just a little bit. The buildings didn't change, the design didn't change. So I would imagine with our next go around, I can go ahead and provide that information, and we can take a look at that. Also wanted to bring in as much landscaping as possible. Just to we want to give the new owners nice grounds and just we wanted something nice, right? And that they would have some pride of ownership, and so that's, I think, what we try to accomplish here. Like I mentioned, with our next little go around, we have a little bit more landscaping that we show now, but it was really important for us to look at that, look at sustainability of the site, and look at some areas where we can expand on some sustainability with using reclaimed water and things like that. So those are the things that we want to go ahead and implement on this project. If you can go up to the next slide there. And so we were basically using mansard roofs. Well, we have wells on the roof so that we can go ahead and just hide all of our equipment up there so that it's not anywhere in view that anybody can see. The units are, like I said, it's all set up so that we can go ahead and have owners that are, how do I put this? The units are actually separate units. They're all together. They are row homes, but they are all separate. There's a separation between all of them. So the roofs and everything around there's just all separated within each unit. So each of the owners is responsible for their own part of the unit, and that was something that we did purposely so that we could go ahead and try and get the associations and everything like that fees as low as possible and make it a little bit more affordable for people. So we can go on to the next slide there. This is just a typical floor plan that we have for the building. Just obviously this is all very conceptual. So if we can go to the next one there, and then just a plan for the single building that coincides with that floor plan you just saw. And so we'll just show the different slopes and everything that we want to go ahead and keep this. We go to the next slide there, and then this is the conceptual design that we wanted to go with. We think it really talks to the Spanish colonial, and I think it will be a nice, something nice as people drive by. They can go ahead and see this, and it'll be something that actually looks very nice, that matches with what the county wants to keep and maintain within the area. The heights of the buildings, the total height is 35 feet, which is, I believe, 35 or 37 is the requirement, the maximum height. We wanted to do a 2-car garage for the owners, so that we wouldn't have a lot of cars or anything like that parked outside. We do have the required parking for it, which is like for guest parking, which would be like 3 parking spots, but we wanted all the cars to just be inside and just not have a lot of cars parked out there. Also, this is something just that I think the owners would like better to have, security, since we are on a main street there too, and just, for security and again, just for aesthetics, I think it looks a lot better to just not have carports or, all over the place. It's a simple design. There's not a lot of, I don't think there's a lot of, unnecessary items in there. Like I said, we did try to keep with that Spanish colonial, but it's still a simple design. That was the intent here. If we can go on to the next slide. So there's just a typical floor plan for the 3-bedroom, 2 baths, and it just shows how the garage, it's obviously on the bottom level. You have a little den, and then the owners would go up to the next level where we have the living room, kitchen, and so forth. The next level where we have sleeping quarters. If we go up to the next slide, I think that's the 2-bedroom one. We can go to the next slide. Okay, well, let's see. So these are just renderings that, as I said, the site is pretty much flat. So I think my architect kind of went a little bit crazy with the angles, but this is, this is the intention of what it's supposed to look like. We do want to make sure that we put in as much landscaping as possible in the site. We don't want it to be bare, although we do want to use, planting that is, low drought and so forth. So, but we do want to go ahead and add some, really nice planting in the area. We have some wrought iron, fencing around the area, around the site, just to give it that extra, I don't know, maybe a little bit of security, but also just, we think it goes really good with the project, and it's just, ties the whole project and the whole site together. The garages, for the most part, they're all hidden except for on Puente. You can see garages on Puente, but that is a smaller street anyway. But we did want to go ahead and hide that as much as possible. I think there's maybe one more slide here.
Oh, that's the last one in the set.
That's the last one. Okay. So that's basically it. We're in conceptual phase. We want to go ahead and see. Wanted to present this to the board and hopefully get some favorable comments and keep going, obviously, with landscaping and just keep developing all of this. Just want to make sure that we're on the right path here. And so.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
All right, we'll move on to questions from the board.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So these are condominiums, right? Is that correct?
Townhomes, yes.
Meaning not rent, not tenants. It would be owners, right?
Owners. That is correct.
Okay, great. And you mentioned something about no driveways on Hollister. Maybe I didn't understand.
No. So if you go back to the site plan, if you can go back to the site plan there.
The site plan.
Number 3, one more. Yeah. So you can see Hollister there, and we originally had some driveways on Hollister. In our comments that we got back from planning, they wanted us to eliminate that. So the buildings don't change. The design of the buildings don't change. Everything still stays the same. But now there's only one driveway, and it actually comes in off of La Puente.
Wait. I see 2 driveways going to the north. Those will be closed then?
Yeah, we were able to change it, and unfortunately, I have the new plan on my screen, and I could share it, but I don't think,
Can he share the screen?
If I can do that,
Yes,
I can share it.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure, because it's a big point. So you say no driveways on Hollister, so I'd like to see what that means.
Yes. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, you should be able to now.
Okay, let me try that again then. Let me bring this up then. Sure. Okay, let me know if you can see that.
I
Can
get
you
it
guys-
now. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. Okay, very good.
Yeah, yeah. And so we
okay.
eliminated everything there. There's one driveway going in there. That also allowed us to bring in more landscaping. Also.
I get it. Okay, perfect. And
Okay.
and the what's the size of the units? It seems like you have something on the first floor, and then they have a second floor and a third floor.
Correct.
How big are these units?
Correct. So if we can go to the we can blow this up. You can see the size and the square footage of each unit.
Well, what is it? I can read it from here.
Like these units here are 2342. Can you see that?
2342. Okay.
And then
good.
these ones here are 25.
And 20, okay, about
Yeah.
23 to 2500 square feet.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
We wanted.
Okay, got it. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. Have you engaged with the transportation engineer and or a civil engineer yet?
Yeah, yes. We've already done that. We wanted to they haven't started on much yet because I wanted to have this meeting first. And then after this, we can go ahead and okay, this is the plan and this is what we're doing. We're just going to go ahead and just expand on this and so forth. And so landscape is ready to go, and civil is also ready to go. We've also approached La Cumbre. I can stop sharing now. This here. Let me see if we want.
I only ask because the transportation engineer may dictate quite a bit of the circulation on site because of those connections. So yeah, that's why I asked that.
Yeah, we haven't talked to them directly yet. Like I said, we wanted to get through this meeting first, and then proceed with everything else. We did get information from, like I said, La Cumbre Water, because this is part of the Hope Ranch and area, and then Goleta sewer. So we've got all of that stuff, and everybody's looked at this, and they're like, okay, yeah, we can do this. So we will have the will serve letters and everything from them.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, are there existing trees on that property that are called to be removed, or is there any survey as part of this package that indicates the existing features of the site?
So we were asked to bring in an arborist, so we will do that. There is just a couple of trees, and was mostly all bushes and some palms. Well, you saw the pictures. Just vegetation. That's basically it.
Any other questions?
But we are bringing an arborist on.
I had one last question. Do you have any internal kind of functional landscape space, like any gathering areas, or is it just kind of corridor and ornamental landscaping out front?
We would like to bring in some areas where we can have like a barbecue area and all of that, but that's going to be something that we need to work out with a planning, because that would require okay, we have to have a cement pad, so now that doesn't count towards landscape anymore, or so those are the things that we need to work out with planning, because we would like to provide maybe like a a small gathering, like barbecue area or something like that. And with the new site plan, I think we were able to do that a little bit more. And so those are the things that we're kind of looking at, but we were wanting to also bring that to planning and see what they thought, because it takes away from some landscaping, even though we can dress it up and make it look nice, but we would like to do that. So the as far as outside area,
That's fine. It was just
okay. Oh, okay.
Did planning vet that it's approval to have 3 guest parking spots for all of these units?
That's code.
So, okay, but to our knowledge, you have not submitted to planning yet, correct?
No, planning. Yeah, planning already has this. We already submitted to planning. I already got comments back. That's why.
We're being told by the the planner on this hearing that the development application hasn't been accepted for processing yet.
Oh,
Means
okay,
it's
then
not in planning yet.
it's not in planning yet. It's the conceptual comments then, I guess, phase? Is
Yeah,
that?
there's no planner assigned.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, any other questions? We'll move on to public comment. Okay. All right. We have 2 speaker slips and then we had many public comment letters. I think we'll go through the speakers first and if there's anyone online and then we'll show the public comment letters on screen.
Okay.
You didn't give me one of these? Okay. All right, then, and is there anyone online, just so I know how many there are?
Is there anybody online that would like to make a comment on this item? Raise your hand in the chat, please.
Okay,
Seeing none?
all right, we'll begin with Sarah Bronstad. And 3 minutes, 1 second. Okay. All right, you can state your name.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bronstad. I'm actually a land use planner, but I'm here today just as a concerned neighbor. I live in the Hope Ranch Annex area behind this project on Vista Buena. And we had built we had gone through this process about 12 years ago. And initially we had proposed a 2-story house. The neighbors rallied and organized and it was a whole thing. So we scrapped that. We built a 1-story with just a bedroom on the 2nd floor, like over 100 feet back from the street to respect the neighborhood. And so I find this kind of shocking that even with that happening in the past, there isn't more people here. I think people just haven't seen the plans yet. But I appreciate the opportunity. I think this is the best time to speak during this early conceptual stage. I'm not here because I don't want there to be a project there. I did submit a letter, and if it would be possible for you to pull it up, and just in case you guys hadn't had a chance to see it. So, and okay, yeah. So basically my concerns in a nutshell are the 3-story component is just wholly out of character. And let's go to the go to the slide 3 or the 3rd page of the PDF. So it's a little hard, I guess, maybe from this bird's eye, but basically if you look around, like there is really rarely even a 2-story structure. And like I said, we just proposing a 2-story had to scrap our plans and start over. And we have a one story and a 2nd in the back. I drove around the neighborhood. If you go to the 2 more. Here you can see, you know, the immediate neighborhood. I mean, I think the context is perhaps a little, let me scroll down a little bit more. You could basically see there just isn't any, it is high, I mean, it is pretty dense in terms of residential, but they're big lots and it's really unique in that regard. In fact, Vista Buena was named Vista Buena because they had good views from all those lots in the backyard. And also I learned from the neighbors when they were opposing our project that like Pearl Chase Society, she could probably speak to it better than I could if I don't quite remember the details, but basically the Hope Ranch Annex area, this was all of the housing for all the employees that were staff that worked at Hope Ranch. So they're people who are growing their own food. And so they're larger lots, smaller houses, low slung, 1-story. There isn't really any Spanish architecture. That isn't first and foremost like something I'm concerned about. I think it's okay. It just really looks like Santa Barbara. And I think this out of town architect maybe thinks that that applies everywhere, but it's really not, you know, super compatible architectural style, but I'll let the board speak to that. I really would appreciate if you guys ask for story polls because I think that would be something that really should be looked at in person. Okay, and then also if you could scroll
We're gonna have to wrap it up.
Okay, sorry. If you would just take a look at that letter,
Yeah,
the
we
last
did.
page includes a lot of the policies where they're inconsistent. And then also, if you would just go to the picture where, so here's all the policies I think the architect needs to look at. So I think because they haven't formally submitted to the planning, they haven't heard this. So
Yeah.
between you guys and the planning, I'm sure it'll come up, but certainly they have to be compatible with the neighborhood. And then the only last thing I'll say is that, if you look at the exhibits that I submitted, they basically clear cut the property, and there was a lot of really great screening trees up against the southern property line, and they're gone. And including like at least 3 oak trees. I have pictures of them in there, the stumps. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and next, Celia Howen.
Thank you for this opportunity. This is actually,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for the opportunity. And it's actually the first time that I've seen these drawings. I had just got the letter in the mail and the notice, and I'm just a very interested and concerned neighbor. I too am concerned about the density, very concerned about the parking and the 3, I understand that that is the code, but I don't know if you've seen the area, but Puente has a house almost at the corner of Puente and Hollister, and they have a hard time getting out of their driveway because cars go so quickly, really fast down Puente, and there's a light there, which is great. So everybody comes through our neighborhood on Vista Buena. I also live on Vista Buena, actually right next door to Sarah. And so there's a lot of traffic even on our street just because the light is right there. And so very concerning to think about the only driveway being on Puente. It was also very concerning to think of driveways being on Hollister. So I can understand why that isn't permitted. Or permitted to do that, because there's a lot of traffic on Hollister because we have the high school right there. And the bus stop has a lot of the junior high kids that get the bus there. So in terms of safety, even that concerns me because of how fast people go on Puente and how much traffic there is on Hollister because of the high school especially. So that's concerning. I am concerned about the fact that there aren't any 2-story structures. There aren't any 3-story structures in our neighborhood. There's nothing along Hollister, actually, if you think about it, there's nothing there that looks like that. There's only one condo complex on the corner of Hollister and Modoc, and it's kind of tucked back in there, and they are all next to each other. They're not next to other residential homes. So I feel like that's inconsistent as well because there's just nothing on Hollister that is compatible or looks like that. I am concerned about lighting as well, because we're used to seeing the night sky, and there's just been a lot of space behind us. I will speak to how special the street is. When Brett and Sarah were buying their home and building their home, we found out that Vista Buena was held out by Pearl Chase, who developed Hope Ranch for sustainable living for the workers. And that made a lot more sense because our street is so funny. It's a little tiny street with little tiny houses and very large lots. And so it's a really special spot. And so the thought of having that right behind us is just confusing and makes me kind of sad, to be honest. Let's see. Got 3 minutes. Okay. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I just have those concerns, and this is the first time I'm seeing the renderings, and so just want to speak up. I too am not opposed to something happening there. You know, we figured that something would happen there at some point, but this is just a little bit different than we expected. So thank you.
All right, and there are several comment letters in the folder. If we could open the, do we normally show everyone on the screen? The gist of it is concern. Huh?
A lot of questions in one of the applications.
Yeah, which one was that? Okay. Hard time opening them now. I read them earlier. Can you pull that one up on the screen? Okay.
Madam Chair, I was hoping to take a quick moment to just correct some information that I had looked up previously. Is it now a good time for that?
Yes, thank you, Joe.
Okay, great. So
that's what I was
when I looked at the project previously, I was actually looking at the prior agenda item number 5, but this item number 6, there is a development plan that has been submitted to planning, and Willow Brown is the assigned planner, and she has provided preliminary feedback to the applicant team. So that if the application is not complete, it is still incomplete based on that feedback.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully the applicant can hear that. Okay, these are going to take forever to download. We have, and the board has reviewed all the public comment letters except for possibly the one that came after lunch. And so if we can bring that one up on this is the one up on the screen. I think most of those questions have been answered. The normal density, to our knowledge, has not been adjusted. It's zoned as 20 units. Yeah, the applicant has said they've been coordinating with the water district. The average square foot living space per unit was noted. I don't have it memorized.
23 to 2,500 per unit, yeah.
Square feet. How many parking spaces? 2 was noted. Again, what provisions? Traffic issues. That'll be a comment that I have about the traffic and why I haven't received notice. So in our understanding, the noticing went to the first 300 and how many feet?
For BAR, we noticed out to 300 feet plus 10%, so 330 feet from the parcel. So any point, any boundary outside, any boundary from the parcel, out 330 feet, that house was noticed.
Okay, and this, to remind everyone in the public that this is here for concept. It has not been accepted through, fully vetted through planning yet. So we don't have some of the planning answers at this point.
Is the planning information available to the board for a meeting like this? I mean, so the applicant.
Yeah, what Willow's concerns were?
Yeah. What if there's pending issues that haven't been resolved there, then shouldn't the board be made aware of that, or is that not part of the process?
Oh,
Madam Chair and board members, so this is the standard process when going through the design review and land use entitlement process, where an applicant will submit and during the conceptual review cycle, there's feedback that's provided to the applicant about whether or not there's planning issues, and typically if there are any issues that are relevant to design review that are like major changes, that the planner would provide that in a planner memo to the board. I don't believe there's a planner memo that's identified, but the incomplete letter for the development plan is a matter of public record and can be made available to anyone that would like to see it.
okay. I am unable to download all the letters at the moment. I don't think I saw any letters in favor when I was looking through. So we could probably count them up. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13 letters in opposition or just in questioning.
What are the main points? Is it traffic? Is it the number of stories, the height?
Yeah.
Other views, blockage views? Or
All of
that
those
just-
things were what I saw in there.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll close public comment and move on to comments from the board. Josh, do you want to start? Hey, I picked on everybody today.
All right. I think we're just getting started on a process that's going to require several different reviews. So I think you kind of start with the outer layers and work in. I appreciate the fact that the applicant has found a way to eliminate the driveways to Hollister, and I think the board's going to want to see some evidence of design efforts made towards making sure the entrance and egress from the property onto the whatever street ends up being the designated street is done so with care to safety and visibility and so on and so forth. So I assume transportation at some point, the planning staff will be reviewing this and taking this into consideration, but we'll also be looking at that. So I think that making sure the applicant knows that they need to present a clear understanding to us of how they intend to mitigate traffic coming on and off the property in the safest manner possible. I think it's too early in the process to get into any specifics about that because currently we're not even looking at the plan that's actually going to be proposed. I do think that the driveway being pushed to the rear of the property is an improvement. I'm looking at along the southern boundary of the plan that was presented briefly by the applicant. And one note that I think is important is I don't see any space between the property line and the driveway to provide any landscaping or buffering between this property and the adjacent property. So one specific comment to the presentation we had about the alternate site plan, I'll call it, is that I'd like to see the units push towards Hollister more and create more buffering opportunities between the southern property line and the neighborhood. I think I'll come out and say this now. I'm trying to get my head around the neighborhood conversation on this project, and I look at Hollister and I see a corridor, and then I see a neighborhood off of the corridor. This project, to me, appears to be a part of the corridor, not necessarily a part of the neighborhood. There's other commercial institutional properties along Hollister that do not appear to be part of a neighborhood. I do respect that there's a neighborhood on either side of Hollister that needs to be respected and protected, but I'm currently looking at this as a project that is sitting on the Hollister corridor and needs to kind of communicate with that, and it needs to buffer itself against the neighborhood. So for any of the members of the public that want to argue that, or the applicant, I'm just kind of putting my cards on the table to hear all arguments for and against that kind of thinking and help me understand how this is going to work. I do agree with the comments that I've read in some of the letters and heard from the public testimony today that the architectural style may not be appropriate. I think the client needs to survey the neighborhood and come back with a very carefully documented pictorial presentation of what this neighborhood looks like and kind of help us understand what section of Hollister we're on, and make a case for what compatible architectural style will be appropriate for this project. I think certainly appreciate the comment about Santa Barbara style architecture being kind of potentially foreign to this part of the county. So I think there needs to be a better case made for what the appropriate architectural style is. I would be happy to see other architectural styles that are more appropriate to, I think, the agricultural or, quasi agricultural industrial kind of Hollister corridor. There's a lot of different things there, but certainly kind of this romantic Santa Barbara style, Mediterranean, neoclassical, Andalusian, whatever the hell it's called, nonsense probably doesn't fit here. So I don't know if we're looking at the best use of the site. There's a lot of inefficiency to this given to the driveways, but I like the fact that we're getting some density and some housing in here. So I'll let other board members opine on that. I'm not sure what other site schemes are available, but I think the driveway is kind of and the ingress and egress is kind of driving the site design at the moment. But I definitely think this project needs to have a clear presentation to Hollister as its kind of front-facing element. And in the renderings, and again, there's a fence and gates. I think those are totally inappropriate. I'm not going to be supportive of a project that has obscure fences and gates around it. I don't think that's necessary. Not very compatible with the neighborhood to be doing that. I think better landscaping choices and other elements can do the job of buffering the public right away from the private spaces. And, this is kind of a little micro neighborhood with its own little streets within a bigger context. So it does not need gates and fences around it. I won't support that. So mass, bulk, and scale. I don't have any current concerns about the height of the buildings or I think if there's any concern about these buildings casting shadows on other properties or creating adverse effects on their privacy, then we need to see better documentation of how that's working or not working. But so far, I don't see anything in the site or the aerial photos that indicates that there would be a problem there. But I think the density conversation prevails here in my mind to create as much housing as possible in a way that's, appropriate in scale to the neighborhood. And this is definitely density housing that's needed. So I'm very much in support of trying to find design solutions that keep that going in that direction. That's it for me now.
Okay, Alex?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems a little bit unfair to be looking at the site plan that is not the one that has no possibility of happening. I mean, this has been already been superseded by another one, which is very different from this one. So I'm not sure. I don't, and I'm not sure if the one I just briefly saw is the best one. Let me backtrack a little bit. I'm not opposed to the density or the use of this land for the higher density DR20 to fulfill the hopes of having, a DR20 type of development here. I think it's an appropriate development, but this project has a long ways to go in terms of design. It's starting with the site plan. I think it's important what we usually ask is to show in any site plan the outline of adjacent structures. I mean, what happens to the south, what happens to the east. We know they have maybe there can be another drawing at a smaller scale that shows a little bit more of the neighborhood, so we see how it relates to its neighbors. The four buildings and placing the buildings on the north-south axis. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just think that there are other solutions. And if the access is not from Hollister, maybe turning them 90 degrees could work better, or having a series of buildings at some other angle. So, but this doesn't seem to be working well. In the drawing I'm looking at now that I know is not going to be the final one, there's too much wasted space with the driveways. I mean, usually with the driveway in the middle is a double loaded driveway, which is good. It serves vehicles on one side and on the other. The other two driveways serve only one, only serve 6 parking spaces, or 6 and 7 and 8. It's a lot of asphalt for just, a few parking spaces. So there's got to be a more economical, a better use of space, of a driveway space. So I wouldn't say concern. I just think that there are other solutions that are better in terms of a site plan. And then if we go to the elevations, I think just any elevation. Well, yeah, the use of round top windows. It's a special thing. It's reserved for certain situations. Used carefully, and there are some flaws in this. It's just basically odd things like on the top elevation, the left and the right, they seem to have an off-center roof peak for some reason. I'm not sure what that means. And can you zero in on the upper right? Excuse me. It's just, those things just kind of grab my eye. I'm not sure, keep going. There we go. Why is the left and the right why are they off? Is that just a drafting error, or is it just intended to be like that? And the round those round top openings are special, and they draw a lot of attention. They have a use. And in this case, it's just too much, too much variety. I think it needs to be simplified in a form. It would be cheaper to build, better, more appropriate. If you look at typical Santa Barbara architecture, it's a lot simpler. It's much easier. Just more plain surfaces with a clear hierarchy of openings and doors and so forth. So those are the two things. They have issues with the architecture and issues with the site plan. And then, of course, if the size, I have no problem with the density, but 2,500 square feet is quite a bit for a lot this size. So you may want to reconsider that as well. Thank you.
John?
Well, I agree with these comments. The direction seems that we're taking seems to be that these buildings, the 4 buildings are sort of regimented and commercial in character, although they're residential buildings and are detailed in a residential manner. But I think that the point Alex made about a lot of asphalt. I mean, I'm not sure that putting 4 buildings up in a row is residential in character. And I think that another approach would be perhaps to make 1 building that's residential in character and eliminating a lot of this asphalt and parking spaces. I'm sure it makes the project more difficult, but nonetheless, I think that it's uncharacteristically residential. Anyway, I mean, that would not be my opinion. I think that the initial approach perhaps should be restudied.
Sounds good. Robert?
Yeah, so I agree with the comments that having a project that's appropriate with dense housing in this property is appropriate, but the way that it's presented here, I just see is incompatible with this area. I mean, I live on Modoc Road up the way in a condo, and so pretty familiar with driving around here, and it's kind of project to me is why design review boards need to be had in this town. For one, it seems like the whole focus of the design layout of this is how to maximize the amount of units onto this property without any account as to how it impacts the street or the neighbors in the area. So, I would suggest that the applicant needs to really evaluate what's happening in this area in more of a detailed way and see, who are you affecting with all of what you're proposing? And so, for one, I agree, it's inappropriate to even evaluate the layout of the driveways here when something has been changed, but there needs to be more study in how the landscape is part of this project. I mean, you had all this conversation about bringing in ecological features, doing positive things for the site. I don't see any of that addressed in the proposal. I mean, one of the commenters here provided photos that look like somebody went and already cleared a bunch of trees out of the site, which is concerning. So yeah, the architectural approach, for one, I don't think it's appropriate to have 3-story building with no variation right along Hollister. There needs to be some kind of variation in the architecture. And if there's going to be 4 buildings, to accomplish this type of density. I think there needs to be some type of variation in the design. They shouldn't all look like they're just cookie cutter of each other. I don't think that that's appropriate. For the site design, I don't think it's appropriate to have fencing right at the sidewalk. That style of fencing is not anything that you see in this neighborhood. You don't see posts with ironwork right against a fence. So, you know, if you're going to present these ideas to an aesthetic board, you have to realize that there's an impact to this type of a thing. These buildings are too tight between each other to have any meaningful type of common area or landscape. And the patios, as they're designed here, the only way that you access them is from outside of the building. You can't even walk out of your own unit onto the patio. So I would suggest that the applicant studies how are the people in these units going to use their patios. I mean, people probably want to be able to walk out of their own unit onto their patio and feel like they have some type of a private space. The way that this is proposed here, you don't have any of that. So, and the way that these units are so tight, you can't get any meaningful landscape. And I don't see any landscape that's even proposed within the patios or in the spaces between them. So at a minimum, I think there needs to be trees and landscape between the units in the areas where the pedestrians walk between them to access them. And there should be landscape within the driveway areas too. There needs to be a study of all the perimeter of this property where there's walls, where there's you know, hedging, where it looks like somebody's gone and like clear cutted the screening along the back of this property. I mean, that's an important area where there should be landscape screening, and so that needs to be demonstrated on the plans. I don't see that it's compatible to have 3 guest parking spots for however many units there are here. And it's going to put an impact on the neighborhood, and people are going to be parking in front of the garages. It's just not going to function. I would encourage the applicant to provide extra guest parking and see whether. Yeah, there needs to be more of a study of providing space for people to live. It's just, it seems completely addressed in a way that's incompatible. So.
I think one comment that could be added to the previous comment is that the site planning with this many units enjoying a property this size, there needs to be some common amenities, like an area for people to gather and barbecue, an area for people to water their dogs, an area for children who live here to play that is enclosed and safe. I'm not saying you have to have a swimming pool or a recreation room, but there's enough room on the property to create, like I said before, a microcosm of a smaller neighborhood within a neighborhood with this little village of units that's being put in here, so that it has some benefit for the residents at the ground level, which really is lacking in the current proposal, rather.
All right, and I'll just, I agree with the previous comments, and I'll just summarize that I think the presentation here is a little bit cart before the horse as far as site planning goes. I think once you get a transportation engineer involved and some of the other consultants that are going to be necessary for a project of this density, there's going to be a lot of adjustment required for the site planning. And so before the structures really find their spot on the site, I do think the site can probably handle this density or similar, but a lot more weight needs to be given on the quality of life of the residents that are going to live here, the impacts to the neighborhood, the compatibility, and just the logistics of how's the vehicle circulation going to work, how's the pedestrian circulation work, and how is any of the outdoor living spaces going to be utilized, because there's pretty significant constraints on this site. Hollister is a very fast, loud road, so taking those into consideration, and Puente is a pretty private, quiet street, and so all of those factors need to be weighed in on the site planning. You might need a trash enclosure. No. But I think there's so many elements that are gonna dictate the configuration of this site, and I mean, it can be seen as an exciting creative solution, or it can be seen as a constraint. And I think there's probably opportunity in some of those constraints once you dig into them. So, anybody else? So a continuance. I think it would be helpful when you come back to have planning comments, so that we know, even if one of my biggest concerns is that the distance from the driveway to the Hollister intersection on Puente isn't even long enough for that driveway to exist, because of minimum clearance. And so we just need to know that kind of information. Fire, transportation, getting road grading calcs from a civil, and stormwater, because all those implications were going to require a certain amount of open space or underground infrastructure. So
Yeah.
And there should be a site survey that identifies all the existing features on the property, and then a site plan that discusses the changes to any of that. I mean,
yeah,
there's, yeah, and appropriate architectural elevations and
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I'm
a real landscape plan with proposed species, location of trees.
and we respect that this is concept level, but when you're proposing this much density, those pieces and the livability of the site become like integral to the design. So we just need to know the intent of each of those
Yeah,
pieces.
I was just wanted to, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that I think that the site design can possibly change a lot.
Yes.
I was thinking of rotating these units. I'm not sure if anybody thought of that, but
Yeah.
because they will have Hollister Avenue will have a solid front. It will block the noise. It will create more quiet space on the south side.
Mhm.
I mean, there are other possibilities, and I'm not sure exactly how much the architect worked on. I'm not sure where they are. So it's kind of difficult. We're asking them to provide much more information, and I'm not sure if.
I think it's more studying more of the site planning, right? Before we're requesting more information, it's a careful study of the site planning and what the best use and best way to site the structures will be. Okay, we'll close this item. It'll be continued for further conceptual next time we hear it. Thank you. Move on to item 7. YM3 LLC new residents. The request of Laurel Perez, agent for YM3 LLC, for preliminary and final review of a new 2-story residence, approximately 4,212 square feet, with an attached garage of 600 square feet. The existing structures are to be demolished. It will require 100 cubic yards of cut and 150 cubic yards of fill. Property is 0.94 acres, and it's at 780 Ladera Lane in Toro Canyon. Would the applicant like me to read the comments from the last time?
Sure, go ahead.
The applicant has responded to all of the previous comments. Project is well designed and details are consistent. Proposal is acceptable as presented. Board suggests the applicant mitigate the potential for lantern effect with the large windows when planning the landscape plan. All right, please state your name and give us your presentation.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is Suzanne Tejada, architect, representing Barton Myers Associates, design architect for this project. And we've been working very closely with Laurel Fisher Perez and our planner, Steve Connor, to respond to planning comments on the site within the last year. So the last time we presented this project to the board was about a year ago. So we're really excited to be back to show where we're at. And yes, we've been working with planning and fulfilling all of the LUP requirements. We've been working with an arborist, biological reports, and we're back now to present the project in its final stages and hoping to get favorable comments and final approval.
I'll just note that there is a planner memo, but it just states that the project complies with the requirements of the E1 zone that you're in.
So if you would like, I can walk you through it really quickly. The design has not changed from when we saw, it's been more refined in terms of details and things like that, but in essence, the structure is the same. Where the original house, which you see on the screen, has been torn down. We have a demolition permit. We're in the process of getting our grading permit. So that house has been demolished, and the new house is similar in size, bulk, and scale. It has a 2-story structural element, which is where the 2-story house currently is, and a 1-story element where the garage and 1-story element is. Next slide, please. Oh, and this is Elisa Reed. She's the landscape architect on the project who has been working. Elisa Reed. Oh,
One more time, Elisa. Oh, you
use this.
muted a different one. Okay.
So Elisa Reed, and I am the landscape designer for the project, and I'll answer about the comments.
so this is the site plan of the new proposed residence. The 2-story structure is on the right, top right. Move over a little, yeah, there. And then the 1-story structure is the lower portion, which is partially covered with an exterior deck. And then, correct. And next slide, please. You can continue on to the next. So these are some site sections. The property to the south is owned by the same client. And the property to the north, we've had a lot of support from that property owner for this project. We'll probably get to an overall site plan here. These are site sections showing where it sits compared to the neighboring house to the north, which is up there on the left, and then the house to the south is on the right. These are floor plans. You can continue. Lower floor plan. It's a 3-bedroom house. This is the second floor plan, upper floor. And continue. Roof plan, solar, and these are elevations. The materials are steel, metal, insulated metal panels and glass with concrete floors and walls.
Overhangs.
Next, yes. Next slide. So an example of the typical details. And here are some 3D renderings. So this is an elevation of the south side. The previous one was an approach from the driveway. This would be the south side to the neighboring property to the south.
What's not showing on this renderings and elevations are the canopy and volume of the mature trees that are adjacent to it. Because otherwise you probably wouldn't see the building. So
There are a lot of oak trees.
there's a lot of oak
especially
trees
to the south.
around yeah.
This is a view of the patio in the back. So the back. And this is an aerial view of the existing house, which has been torn down. And you can see the oak trees that Elisa was talking about there.
The density of the oak trees around between the two properties are owned by the same client. And then towards the street as well, and the back towards the creek.
These are some existing site photos with the old residence. And then these are comparisons of the existing to what is proposed, what it would look like. These are materials, steel, glass, concrete. And then civil plans. So I think the next civil and landscape are next, yeah.
Next.
Next,
Going.
landscape.
I think the comments on maybe if we go to the landscape, which is L8, the planting plans, we'll be able to address. These are all biologists.
These are biologist reports.
And we've complied with their requirements for utilizing local native plant material on our landscape. If you will see how the canopy of the oak trees along the south, which is the lower end of the property, is fairly large. So the lantern effects is very well preserved by the oak trees in that end. And on the north, we planted a hedge. About a year ago, we planted a hedge on the north. It's now pretty mature. We're using photocarpus towards basically from the edge of the proposed new house out to the street. And then after that, we switched to laurel, bay laurel. And then below the oaks, we have toyon. The neighbors on that north side are very happy about the success of that screening, and it shouldn't affect their lantern effect, shouldn't affect their property. So I think we've made a big effort to cover that. Plus, the architecture has tall overhangs along the roof.
And the area to the east is the creek, and then the area to the west is Ladera Lane.
More oak trees.
Next.
We're adding one more oak too on the corner of the terrace there, so that there'll be shade within that terrace.
This is the landscape lighting plan. Our lighting designer, Ann Kale, is working on this project. And so we're proposing LED strip lighting for illuminating the stairs, and lanterns in the trees. And she has examples of the lighting that would be on the house itself. They would be down lighting the columns, the top down.
Was that it? Okay. Anything else?
That's it for now, yeah.
Thanks. Come back to questions from the board. Here for prelim final. We'll move on to, is there any public comment?
We have one person in the chat. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. Not seeing any.
You're not here for this item? Okay. Okay, we'll close public comment and we'll move on to comments from the board. John, you get to go first. Picked on everybody today.
Well, I think it's fine. It's well detailed. Just a nice project. Support it.
I agree. I think they've done a great job. We saw it before and they developed it further. We liked it last time. We like it more now. Great job.
I agree with all the comments. I think this community is extremely fortunate to have one of the best architects in the country alive and well and creating beautiful work for us. And Susan, my hat's off to you for helping him bring these things to reality. It's an amazing body of work, and it's just another installment and beautiful work being done by you and Barton.
Yes, Barton. I have to thank Barton a lot for his visions.
I know you're doing all the heavy lifting, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with the positive comments. I think it's going to be a very nice home. So good work.
I agree as well. So you guys are here for prelim final. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I would like to be proud to make that motion. Preliminary final as submitted.
Right.
I'll second.
Okay, and all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We are so thrilled. Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.